Ladies and gentlemen, monkey time. I just want to stop before we go any further. This is the first game we're streaming on our Switch too. It's total coincidence. None of this is planned. It's just, I think it's funny that this is the first game we're streaming on our Switch too. Is freaking Donkey Kong Country Returns, a Wii game. This game originally came out in 2010. The version we're playing is actually a port of a port. We'll talk more about why this game got ported so many times in a second. But you have to understand, Donkey Kong Country 3 came out in 1999. Or no, 96, excuse me. And Donkey Kong 64, after a long and extremely troubled development, came out in 1999. This game came out in 2010. 11 years of a gap there. Now, anybody, nowadays you look at that and you think, well, yeah, I mean, nowadays, how long has it been since the last F-Zero game? I'm pretty sure it's been since the GameCube. And, you know, there's several franchises that have basically been dead for years and years and years. But at the time, it was considered unusual, especially since the Donkey Kong series, the Country series more specifically, had always sold extremely well. You're probably wondering, well, what was the problem then? Well, the problem was Nintendo being Nintendo. If you paid attention at all during their Zelda series, you know that they kept insisting that there has to be some kind of weird gimmick in order to justify a game's existence. Now, they have since gotten out of that, and they've gotten back to just making good games, but for a long time there, they demanded that there has to be some kind of gimmick. Well, when the Wii came around, and we had the Wiimotes, Miyamoto was like, aha, we could finally go back to having a Donkey Kong Country game because you could slam the ground with your Wiimotes. The waggle, the all-important waggle, which if we were reviewing the Wii version would get massive negatives because it's absolutely terrible, as literally all waggles always are. Anyways, so Rare had moved on. They were the ones who made the old Country series and Donkey Kong 64. They were bought out by Microsoft in order to go make absolutely nothing. That's a whole other story. I'm not going into that right now. So instead, during right about when the completion of Metroid Prime 2 had finished, Retro reached out to Nintendo and said, can we work on something that isn't Metroid, please? Because at that point, they'd only made 2 games, Metroid Prime 1 and Metroid Prime 2. And so they were like, can we vary it up a little bit? And Nintendo was like, do us a favor. We want you to make Metroid Prime 3, finish up the trilogy, and have it be your headliner for the Wii, because we want some big hitting games for the Wii, and Prime 3 was considered, not that actually, Other M was the big hitting game for the Wii. Ha ha ha. I'm not even joking, that was the intent. It was one of the big releases for the Wii, Metroid Other M. Anyways. But they were already working together with them, and like I said, Miyamoto had come up with the idea of the bongo Kong thing, so sure, they were starting to think about ideas for how they were going to go with a new Donkey Kong Country game. Now, what's really funny is there was a lot of stuff. I'm going to skip over some of the details here, because there's a whole lot of accidentally to success, which is very Retro, actually. Retro has a lot of talented developers, don't mistake me, but We'll discuss this when it comes to when we cover Prime 1. The very existence of Retro as a company is one of the most bonkers gaming stories I've ever heard. Possibly the most bonkers. It's insane. We'll cover it when we get there. Consider this a tease. Anyways, so they just kind of stumbled into this, and they're like, okay, we want to make a new Donkey Kong Country game. Sure. So they actually did something kind of cool. They had several of the development staff go back and play Donkey Kong Country 1 through 3, and then several of them didn't. And they made sure that these two sides were coordinating and communicating with each other, because they wanted to bring back at least several elements from the originals, but they also wanted to add new mechanics, new gimmicks, and stuff that was not present. They didn't want to get stuck in too much in one field, which is actually a really cool idea. This game also had tremendous support from Nintendo in particular. And the reason why is, once again, Metroid Prime 1. I don't want to go too much into that. Again, I know I'm teasing it too much. I apologize. The point is, Miyamoto had a very personal hand in getting Retro off the ground, and making Metroid Prime 1. Like, he personally kept going out to the retro studios and visiting with them and talking with them and coordinating with them and being their connecting point to Nintendo proper. So when Retro started working on this, he already had a working relationship with most of the people who worked there, so he was already working with them and coordinating with them, and so it was just a natural thing. So Miyamoto was kind of their champion, for lack of a better way to put it. Got them all the support they needed, got them all the resources they needed. They had some of the best producers working on it from the Nintendo side that they had available. Plenty of budget, but a limited time frame, because they had a time window they wanted to hit because of the aforementioned 3 big Wii games I just mentioned. Excuse me. Now, this is when you probably expected me to talk about either David Wise or Jake Kaufman. Unfortunately, neither of them did music for this game. It's a whole bunch of people coordinated on this one, because Kaufman was busy and Wise was busy. We'll talk more about that when we come to the next game. Anyways, there was crunch. There's always crunch when it comes to this kind of a thing. And they started doing this thing where they were doing level jams, where they would just sit together in a meeting room with several of the core Nintendo team developers and just say, what's a cool level? And they came up with several spokes of themes, and those themes translate to levels, and blah, 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 blah. Crunch, 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 get the game out the door. Cool. So how'd it do? So, well, this is 2010, Magister. Crunch was well normalized in the 90s. Crunch is starting to be denormalized now. That's where we're at now. We're slowly starting to denormalize that now. But yeah, I'm not actually 100% sure the full total sales of this game, but I'll tell you, it did sell 4 million units in a month. It's not like Retro was doing badly, and it's not like the Wii wasn't a money printing machine. But I just mentioned this because this was a hell of a shot in the arm for Retro, and a huge success story for them. In fact, it led immediately to their sequel, which we'll be covering next. And then something else, which we will talk about when we come to covering Metroid Prime 4. Because there's a really weird gap in Retro's history immediately after they finished Tropical Freeze. And yeah, I don't want to sound too negative here. I've never really thought the Donkey Kong Country games are actually all that good. Feel free to bash me for this, but hang on, before you throw, full wine bottles at me. 2 things. Number one, I actually reviewed all 3 of the ones on the SNES, although that was before the Oblivion line, and none of them held up. But for a very specific reason. See, there's this thing I call Sunshine Syndrome. Sunshine Syndrome refers to a game that is specifically good, it's enjoyable, it's fun, you're with it, until you hit a certain point of the game, and then the quality of the game just nosedives, right? Most games have Sunshine Syndrome to some extent or other. It's actually normal. It is very common. I think all 3 Donkey Kong Country games are exactly that. Most of the earlier worlds and levels in all 3 Donkey Kong Country games on the SNES are fun, interesting, cool, and then you hit that stage. And I bet any of you right now who remember those games, who are thinking in your head, you're just nodding like, yeah. I bet you, if anybody in the VOD feels like jumping on this, and feel free to add a comment of what your that stage is, because there's several. Yeah. Anyways, we'll see if that happens with Returns. Well, good morning, Evo. Let's go and kill this wonderful, wonderful music. And let's get interrupted, quick. Can't start the stream. Cannot start stream. Let's see, Morrowind. Oh, that B-Boss. Wake and Deus Ex Revision. You got it. Thank you, Redisvic. Hope your day is well. So without further ado, sorry, real quick. I mentioned this is a port of a port. I said I'd talk about that. I just killed the music. This is a port, specifically the 3DS version, which is significant for 2 major reasons. As I just mentioned, this was originally a Wii game, which can go straight to hell because of the waggle problem. And let me be clear, the waggle problem was the problem with the version of this game. They ported it to 3DS, got rid of the waggle, which immediately improved the game. That's not a joke. I'm not even being facetious. They just turned it into a button press, and all of a sudden the game was better. But they also added a whole new world and a bunch of new optional stages. And for once, they weren't super ridiculously hard nonsense. They were just some bonus stages that they threw together for it. And a couple of other quality of life features, which is cool. Hang on, I have to go kill Chill Pangolin really quick. Okay, Chill Pangolin's dead before they can infest the rest of us. But anyway, so the waggle is obviously a universal negative to any game it's in. Obviously, that's a universal truth that I think the universe itself would agree with. That's why it's called that. Well, when they ported it to 3DS, they added new content, they added new quality of life features, and they got rid of the waggle. And that's pretty much the version we're playing. That with a little bit better graphics. Oh, the other reason this is significant, it means they can port 3DS games to the Switch, which is something that's actually been a question mark for a while. Because the 3DS's architecture is kind of weird. Okay. Sure, we'll try out the new stuff. Yeah, so there's several games locked on the 3DS that I'd really like to port forward. Alright, that's the puzzle things. So this game has a bunch of collecty stuff, which we are not going to bother doing. First of all, I've already done it. But second of all, like, come on. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. What's this? Let's turn that off. Don't need that. Interesting. And motion controls are off. You could just turn motion controls off. Ah, there we go. Not that should be good. Music volume sounds fine. Why would I feel bad about killing a bug, Elizar? Get the bugs. I am curious why you think the waggle wasn't an issue, though. I've never heard that opinion before. So, here's our new enemy for the game, because there were rights issues with the Kremlins. Also, thank you, Boke. The waggle's this. So here's your story. Good morning, Rhea. So they mind control all the animals to steal the bananas. I mean, by this point, they probably have been cleared up, Darkrai, since, you know, King K. Rool is in Smash. I do find it funny why they're stealing the bananas. We won't learn that for several stages, though. Alright, time to mind control Donkey. Nope, he's too stupid. Speaking as someone who's seen the show, can confirm. So, allow me to say why, and I don't mean any insult by the Steel Penguin, the waggle is objectively bad. I can actually name 3 reasons. First and foremost, it's hard on the wrist. It actually causes issues having to do this frequently. It's pretty much the same reason why button mashing is considered to be a bad thing and why most modern games tend to have an option to completely avoid button mashing for QTs and the like. Second reason, it's bad for the controller. It's a minor thing, but the more you do this, the more you damage your controller in very, very, very minor ways. Do that a few hundred or 1,000 times, and you eventually break your controller. The Wii has been around long enough at this point that we can objectively prove that that is damaging to the Wiimote, right? But the third problem is a little bit more complex. So what the waggle actually is it's a little physical device inside of your Wiimote that detects when a sufficient amount of variance in movement has happened. So, yeah, exactly, Dark Ray. So this leads to 2 major problems. First of all, it doesn't always detect when you do this. So any game that requires you to do this at a precise... I shouldn't even be doing that with my controller. Like this, with any specific precision, like if you're trying to do a roll at the end of a thing, or trying to do a specific smash or whatever, it may or may not happen. Which, of course, will then lead you to being like this, as you're like, come on, do it quick, which causes more issues to both your wrist and to the controller in general. So the imprecision is a problem, but the other problem is also imprecision. It's not 100% clear which frame that you're doing it that it's going to happen. So it may not trigger at all, and it may not trigger when you want it to, because when exactly it acknowledges that you've done this is debatable. By the way, I keep doing this, a very specific flick forward. This is something I have learned over years of playing Wii games, is because this sudden stop is the most clear way to make a waggle happen. Speaking from tremendous personal and secondhand experience, most people don't actually know to do this little flick, especially if they're holding it like this on the sideways, or they do something like this, or they just shake it like this or whatever. At which point in time they're doing this action, the button press happens, is just a giant question mark. I suppose I should mention the 4th and final issue. This is a minor issue, but it is just something that the 3DS version of this very game proves. The waggle is a binary input, not a gradient one. Let me explain what I mean by that. So if I have my controller and I slowly tilt it like this, the motion sensor can detect however many degrees it's capable of detecting between up and left, right? So, you know, this is what, 90-ish degrees of gradient. So degree 45, degree 38, degree 75, etc. A waggle is a button press. It is a binary input. It's the same as hitting that button right there. That's waggle. Nothing about the actual physical movement is necessary. It is literally just a more complex way of pressing a button. And almost every game with waggle, we actually saw this when we were covering New Super Mario Bros. Wii, has this exact same problem. Same thing with Mario Galaxy 2. It's just a button press. It's just a weird way to do a button press because they could not get away from complexity addiction and weird controller gimmicks. Anyways, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So, you may or may not have noticed I just got the letter K. I'm not going to promise to go after all of these, but I might make a specific effort to get all of the Kongs in World 1, just to show off what you get for doing so. Similar to a huge number of games going all the way back to the SNES era with Yoshi's Island, a lot of Nintendo platformers have gradient difficulty depending on how many of the optional stuff you go after. So a lot of Donkey Kong Country Returns levels are actually relatively easy compared to like some of the earlier Donkey Kong Country levels, if you don't go for all the letters. If you do go through all the letters, sucks to be you. Oops, that's not the right thing. So, first stage is, as usual, a tutorial. Here's a bunch of blocks. Even if you didn't know you could smash them, the block literally physically looks damaged. And there's not a lot of buttons to hit. Also, we see that happen. They actually crack on landing. So we can see stuff like this happen. And we're just destroying these poor people. Oh yeah, puzzles. We are absolutely not going for all the puzzles. So, background events. I hope you like background visual storytelling, because both this game and especially the next game live and breathe background storytelling. There's actually a weirdly large amount of narrative to Tropical Freeze, and it's like entirely in the visuals of the background. So, getting used to jumps, getting used to enemy types, getting used to stuff like this. Notice that little section there actually tutorializes the, it's air jump. There's actually a specific term for that. It is something that was an unintentional feature of Donkey Kong Country, the original, and is a deliberate feature here. Being able to jump on the ground like that, as long as you're doing it out of, or on the air, excuse me, as long as you're doing it out of a roll. So, Diddy was in the original Wii version as kind of a try to help the player out a little bit, so he was given a little bit of a hover. Now, this is a consistent thing in almost every platformer ever. Does he have, like, little things of coffee? And that's it. It's just a little bit of an extra hover, but it gives you a little bit more control over your jump, as you can see here. This, like I said, this goes back to Super Mario Bros. 2 on the NES. The idea of giving the player just a little bit of extra maneuverability in the air can completely change how the game plays, and almost universally makes it easier. I don't mind that, because what it really means is it makes it have more control, and anybody who's played this game who's really good at this game will tell you being able to be really good at this game involves using that to absolutely ludicrous extents. You should see speedruns of this freaking game. I know I said that a lot with platformers, but it continues to be true. You also notice the game has tons of stuff in the background that you can interact with. Yeah, exactly right. So. Casual terrain damage is casual. And quick and dirty explanation for exactly how barrels work. Let's back this real quick. Oops. We'll see them play more with barrels later. This is, I'm not trying to overpraise this. This is not one of the best tutorial-y levels I've ever seen. But you notice there's a whole lot of introduction escalation stuff going on. So, you are forced, in order to progress, to be able to get into a barrel. That barrel does not shoot until you hit a button. Then you see other barrels, which look differently than the one you just got in, which shoot automatically. So now we understand barrel you interact with, barrel you don't. Later on, they'll play with that idea. You'll have to jump into a barrel, shoot at a precise time to hit a barrel, which you will not have control over. And the point is to time for the second one, not the first. Make sense? We also can do stuff like this. You probably wonder what coins are for. Coins allow you to buy power-ups, lives, etc. So, I don't anticipate running into this issue. Knock on wood. I should talk about that too. But, when me and my friend played through this game two-player, because by the way, this game has full two-player co-op campaign, etc., etc. Whoops. Pay attention, Laura. We had to go farm lives. We had to go farm like 90 lives in order to be able to actually finish this game. 100%, obviously. Because it is still a Donkey Kong Country game, which means it is still absolutely insane. And 3 puzzle pieces. So let's jot down a couple of things here. Why balloons? I have no idea. If you ever figure that out, let me know. Passable intro. This game, so the Wii version of this game came out in 2010. The 3DS version we're basically playing a port of came out. Dramatic pause. Looking it up in 2013. So for all intents and purposes, we were playing a 2013 game. I mean, it's upscaled a bit, but I actually agree completely. You can actually tell a lot of those textures are kind of low res. At least I can on my screen. Like looking at the shop down there is a good example of it. Anyways, if you'll notice on 1-1 Jungle Hijinks, I can't talk. It actually shows exactly what we've already gotten there. In fact, I believe... Yep, we've got this thing right here, too. I mean, this is a Nintendo game. I think Nintendo only made one game that suffered from the brown era of gaming, and that was Twilight Princess. Feel free to jump on that and correct me if I'm wrong, because I can't think of any others off the top of my head. Either way. So like I said, we're going to try to get Kong. Not promising anything else. Well, Twilight Princess is still a damn good game. And the HD version on the Wii U kind of polished that up a bit or toned down some of the brown. So, quick and dirty tutorialization. God, the Joy-Con 2s, whatever these are actually called, feel weird. They feel different. They're bigger than the Joy-Cons are, so I think that's at least part of the issue I'm having. So, introduction of mechanic, escalation of mechanic. Notice that none of this is hard still. But they do like to do stuff like that. Here's 2 platforms up here. And this is something they'll do a lot. Why are 2 platforms up here? Like, actually think about this for a second. Sorry, I kind of raced through that too quickly. I have no idea, Game Geek. This is the first time I've really played the Switch, too. So this is me determining my opinion on that live before your very eyes. Anyway, so you go over this way. You see this, you obviously grab this, because you've been doing that this whole time. You see a platform over here. And then there's a second platform, and then there's nothing. So, like, why? But there's also this little thing on the upper left. The terrain naturally informs the idea of what's up here. And so there's a whole lot of that. Most of the secrets in this game are things you don't actually need a walkthrough for. They're just, I wonder what's over here kind of stuff. Sometimes they're a little harder to reach. Because, you know, difficulty. What I'm doing here, by the way, this is what Waggle did back in the Wii. So, and you just had to keep waggling like this in order to do this. Just to get across, you know, some of what I was talking about earlier. But strange, I need to get back there for... How do I get back there? Oh, I see. Stuff like that. I've heard some people call it both Returns and Tropical Freeze 2. Let's see, I think they called it a baby game for babies, I believe is the exact term, because the game does so much to help you indicate, hey, maybe there's a thing over there. Maybe you should go check it out. I disagree with that. Because, as much as I love Super Metroid, one of the things I hate most is having to pause and scan every square inch of everything in the universe to determine if there's something forward, to go forward. Actually, you know what? Honestly, I've got a much better example than that. Doom. Or maybe that was Quake. I forget which one it is, but you know what I'm talking about. When you just run on and you just mash the use button. Yeah, the oomph thing, exactly. When you just mash oomph on every square inch of everything to try and figure out where stuff is. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'll take the guidance and indicators of exploration. Thanks. Okay, it wasn't Quake then. Oomph, 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 oomph. Probably Genic Scout. Probably. So notice, even within the same stage, while this, I hesitate to call this hard, you'll notice the game is already going out of its way to escalate its own themes. In this case, the theme being grappling the grass and using it on moving platforms. Also, pretty good and quick tutorialization of how this works. Whoops. I'll have to get used to how to hold this. This is weird. Maybe if I move up? Does this do anything? Okay, this doesn't seem to be doing anything. So that's good, but that's problematic. The way I'm holding the controller, my pinky automatically is running into whatever button that is. Hang on. Wait a second. What is that? SL, apparently. And I don't actually know how to not do that. I don't know how to hold the controller where it's not grabbing that particular button. Well, something to keep an eye on, I guess. Uh-oh. We missed a letter. Shoot. Okay, hang on. So, I don't actually know how this is going to work in this exact version of the game, but in most of these, you need to get the full letters in one run. You need to get Kong in a single run-through of the stage. So, any missing a letter means just redoing the whole thing. There's no, like, banking 3 letters, right? You still need everything. This is when someone jumps in and says, "You're wrong, Lore!" How would you be so wrong? There it is. We're good, we're good, we're good. By the way, if you ever want to have a trip, find the interview where the... I think it's Grant Kirk, I think, talks about the DK rap and how he had no idea how it was going to become a thing when they put it together. Kirko, thank you. Grant Kirko. Like, it's funny. It's like, we were just throwing this together for whatever, and everyone's like, oh my god, it's the greatest thing ever. So what we want is the DK thing. So we can do that. Oh, no, 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 no! First reminder to buy your Switch 2 peripherals before they go up in price, thanks to Trump. That's not a politics joke. That is a straight statement of fact. Trump has raised the prices of Nintendo peripherals. Thanks, Trump. Might also be too late. So, let's head to the store here really quick. It is apparently too late. My bad. I was considering picking up a Switch 2 Pro controller because, and I want to stress that I'm saying this without hyperbole, it's apparently the best controller ever made. So, Well, obviously not me, because the Switch 2 Pro controller doesn't split. But the shop is exactly what it sounds like. You buy stuff with the coins you get in stages. So, some of these are actually interesting. So, Crash Guard makes it so your minecart or rocket barrel is temporarily invisible. We're gonna buy a few of those for later parts of the game. You can also buy a key, which unlocks a path in the stage in question to allow you to bypass several levels. That makes you invincible. That adds an extra heart. It's good for bosses. That helps you find puzzle pieces in case you're having trouble with them. That allows you to use a barrel whenever. And of course, 1 life, 3 lives, 7 lives. All of this is actually kind of awesome because this is the only thing you can spend coins on. I'm just going to give that away. Coins, the most consistent way to get coins is to defeat enemies in succession. Like, you know, it's the Mario Lives concept, right? But also you just get coins all over the place just from exploring a level. If you're having any issues, this is a great way to kind of be like, okay, I'm having issue with this one aspect of the game. I need a way to help me with this one aspect of the game. Go buy a thing, go do a thing, right? Oh yeah, I'm playing all the normal levels, and I will at least show off one of the terrible, terrible monkey levels. I do like how you enter stages. Good example of the coins thing, as I was just talking about there, by the way. Speaking of. Also, farming coins tends to be faster than farming lives. I think it's 10 coins for 7 lives or something like that. Probably our first real barrel level. Nothing too fancy yet. We're still in World War, after all. But getting across the concept of what's going to be expected of you with that. No. Yeah. So, animals are back. So that's how animals work. You notice you can't farm coins with them, so that's kind of a thing. However, for some reason, your jetpack does actually have the ability to keep the giant rhinoceros in the air. Go figure. Most of the music in this one is remixed. Probably because so much of it was done by, like, 5 separate people, I want to say. Something like that. It was a lot. I don't actually know if this game has online co-op. We should check. We should test that. I know it has local co-op. Hang on, I want to show off something really quick, so I'm going to do that level again. I should have just hit retry. There's actually a retry right there. Overshot a little bit there. That's our first death. Notice when you die, you lose the other guy. Which means you lose the extra health, and you lose the jump thing. But... Jeez, wrong button, wrong button. That's what those are for, the DK barrels. Pretty much the same as they were in the country games. The original. You know what I mean. I don't even know what you're referencing, Elizar, so I'm gonna go with no. No grief. Wow, that guy interrupted that jump. Holy crap. Let's try that again. Plenty of bananas at least, jeez. I think I'm net positiving on lives just doing this stupid stage. I forget which stage it was we were farming back in the day. We pretty much worked it down to a science. Because, you know, techniques. Did the child get out safely? Because I'm gonna be real, that's all I care about there. Death to gorillas, and death to the living. Notice that's also a heal, by the way. I love his animations, by the way. Miss it? I did miss it. Why, Darkrai? I mean, it being the parents' fault is entirely valid, because parents are terrible, as we all know. But... human more important than gorilla. I'm gonna say that as bluntly as I possibly can. It's obviously before this. Yeah, I know most people disagree with me on that. I stand by it. If I had to run over an innocent cute kitten or Donald Trump, I'll take the kitten every time. People are more important than animals. So there's one that we missed last time. Wow! Immediate failure. I mean, don't put words into my mouth. I don't think that we should go off and start murdering animals and destroying the environment. Because that's just stupid. But no, screw him. Gorilla dead. Moving on. Oh. See that giraffe? I would kill that giraffe in a second. Even to save Mr. Rad's life. If you can believe it. You're right, I would. I would kill Mr. Red. No. I'd kill the giraffe. And then I'd kill Mr. Red. So, about those barrel levels. So that's the penalty for failure in a barrel level. Did not do that on purpose, before you're wondering. Barrel levels are actually pretty basic. These are a Donkey Kong Country standard is what I would call these. I'll take a barrel level over a minecart level. I hate minecart levels. It's also worth noting you don't always have infinite amount of time in order to do your thing, right? Sometimes you have to take action because something is happening, like there's a giant ball of death chasing you, or the background's collapsing, or something, right? I wouldn't call barrels QTE levels, that's stretching the definition, but barrel levels are very much timing levels. I'll take minecart over rock barrels. I hate rock barrels. I hate rock barrels. That's an interesting statement, Chill Penguin, because that assumes that I don't care about the death of anything, really. And you're right, I don't care about bugs. Death to bugs. All bugs must die. The entire world needs to be erased from all bugdom forever. Everything else is cool. Even ladybugs. Not that I dislike ladybugs, but they will be sacrificed on the altar of death to bugs. Their sacrifice will lead to the destruction of everything. Won't they, Kate? Yes, they will. It's okay, we'll replace all the bugs with robots. This is Mega Man now. I will push back against that Chill Chill Penguin, because I'm not sure why you think I lack empathy. I mean, granted, I'm being a little bit facetious about it, but the death of an animal sucks, but I'll take the death of an animal over the death of a person 10 times out of 10. Priority. People are more important. That's it. That's all. It's really simple. This is 1-3, right? No, this is 1-5. Oh my gosh, I'm losing track. Hang on. Hang on. I need to be taking careful, guys. I really need to be doing this with Tropical Freeze. Okay, so that was 1-3. I was right. Wait, that was 1-3. What was 1-2? That was 1-2. Okay, no, I'm right. So 1-5. Because 1-4 is down. I mean, I guess... Okay. Let's go do this. Gimme. I mean, I don't particularly enjoy the company of the cat that's right over there pooping right in front of me now. Thank you for that, by the way. Doesn't mean I want any harm to befall him. Doesn't mean I haven't been going way out of my way to try and make sure this entire transition is as comfortable for him as possible. Because this has probably been a very unpleasant and stressful time for him. See, that's the thing that irritates me. If I can get on my TED pedestal for just 1 second. Oh, our first silhouette level. God, these are brilliant. I wish Evo was here to see this, because these levels are amazeballs. So much design went into the silhouette levels. Oh, it's awful, Game Geek. It's the worst. Did you notice the lighthouse in the background? Anyways, 1-4 is silhouette. What irritates me is when people take people matter more than animals to such a stupid degree as to insist that animals don't matter, or the environment doesn't matter. You know, pollute, kill, mass deforest, mass destroy, massacre. After all, they don't matter, right? That's just stupid. I mean, even if you don't have empathy, that really is legitimately stupid. Trying to screw with the environment, to screw with biomes to such an extent. What, Super Banjo? Alright, that's it. You're out of the club. Get out of here. I mean, pretty much Pillars of Snow, yeah. So let's talk about why this is really cool. Obviously, the aesthetic is nice. Yay. I guess. But yeah, the sunset is absolutely gorgeous. What they do with the water there is fantastic. And good use of 2.5D for once. But the really cool thing is these levels use slightly different assets in several respects to make them look more distinct when they put on this particular mode. The most obvious way to showcase that is actually on the coins, which unfortunately I just picked up and I shouldn't have done. Hang on. It also means they can really play with it because, hey, there's a coin. Because every enemy looks the same as every terrain, and there's still some background stuff. So, you know, you blend perfectly into the grenade. But yeah, so hang on. The coin. Do you see the coin? That's actually a different model than the usual coin model because it's specifically the silhouette coin. There's a few examples of this. Some of the ground, some of the enemies, and of course DK and Diddy themselves are both distinct because of the silhouette levels. So it's a neat aesthetic, and it actually they put a lot of effort into making it look cool, and they can use it to add challenge and kind of just vary things up a little bit. This is another great example here. There's just cracks in the ground rather than, you know, whatever the actual model looks like. And you can just see the ants down there doing their thing. Hello, ants. I want to kill all of you. I want you all to die. Sorry, what? Oh, hang on. I've been asked to go back to look at the banana. There you go. Oh, hang on, a little bit further. A little bit further. There you go. There's the banana. Which does this. Probably Darkrai. That's why we must destroy them all. There's a ship in the distance with some seagulls around it. These levels tend to be visual treats. Even the barrel over there is completely different. There's actually ships, plural, out there, excuse me. Yep, that's right. Even the Earth responds to Donkey's pound. I'm not aware of any time walking resets. Also, I'm pretty sure the time walking doesn't end this week. I think that ends next week. Could be wrong. I know the super leveling and super rep ends next week. Is that everything? Did I get Kong? I missed an N. Oh, no. Okay. What did I miss? What did I miss? There it is. Okay. We're good. We're good. Yeah, Cog. We'll start to do that in later stages when I'm no longer bothering to get all the Kong letters. Can I just say really quick, by the way? I know that my platforming streams don't tend to be the funnest or most interesting streams, because you guys tend to like RPGs more, or, you know, terrible games that I hate. But can I just say, I really, really love being able to play so many platformers in a row. So, once again, like a double thank you to everyone who funded the 2D platformer block. So I can just kind of chill and actually enjoy games for a bit. So I actually do this properly this time. I only got up to 12. Yeah, FOMO needs to go away. I love WoW, but god dang it, stop doing FOMO. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop doing FOMO. Just stop. Just stop doing FOMO. Let go. Let go. Let go. Thank you. That's true, Blade Trifall. Especially when it's a hard platformer. Which you might think, this isn't a hard platformer. We're in World 1. Anyways, best stage so far. I expect pictures, by the way. I hope for pictures. Of the chili. I mean, sorry, I should clarify. Just saying that randomly to chat, it probably sounds weird. Mr. Red's making chili. I want to see pictures of it. I want pictures of Spider-Man. No, Mr. Red, no, not those kind of pics, please. I don't need that kind of drama. Okay, now we got a 1-5. I'll kill you, Giraffe. I'll kill you for Mr. Red's chili. I got one more thing, Chill Penguin. Sorry, because you got me thinking about it. So I'm a meat eater, right? So, you know, by definition, I'm kind of pro-killing animals. Like, it's just sort of in the nature of it. However, if a method existed to actually get the same, you know, quality of meat from something that didn't involve slaughtering a cow, then yeah, I would be 100% in favor of that. No! One more shot at it. Listen, I'm a mediator, which means I am absolutely in favor of killing animals. I mean, unironically, yeah, we kind of do, Chill Penguin. I've mentioned before, I have something, I don't actually know what it is, to this day. Which means I need to eat meat. I don't operate correctly if I don't get whatever protein type is in meat. I have tried a few things over the years to not have to eat meat, and just nothing does it. Oh, hi, Evo. You missed it! You missed it, Evo! No. Okay, after this stage, I'll show it off, Evo. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Tell the dogs that they can suck a lemon. And probably enjoy the experience. I've seen dogs eat lemons before. That's the beat. This is the main. This is what I really want. Oh, there we go. Okay, con. Almost screwed that one up, actually. So now we got our first timing section for the barrels. I think I just died. Yep, I did. And you'll notice we lost progress. So I need to get the N and the G again. We're still in World 1, I just remind y'all. We're good, we're good. Notice they do give you a bit of warning before they just start flinging that at you. Oh, definitely at the beginning, Mr. Red. Absolutely. Let that sucker soak in. I want the beans and meat to be absolutely soaked with whatever flavor I'm putting into it. Or you could say incorporate and actually, you know, use a correct word like Brax just did. Me no word good. Normal people. I'm just tired. I went to bed late and I woke up early. Alright, Evo. 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 Okay. So, what's your favorite detail on the screen here? Anybody who feels like answer it. Because there's a lot. Apparently the term, I actually learned this relatively recently, the term for what I keep referring to as like these kind of initial shots, which Nintendo's usually really good at, is framing. Where the developers will do a very specific thing to frame usually the first shot of like a stage or level. We talked about this extensively in Breath of the Wild, because Breath of the Wild did a lot of framing on the Grand Plateau. And this shot right here is brilliantly framed. We've obviously got the gorgeousness of the sun and the wonderful the sunset playing off of the waves. We've got the hills, we've got the lighthouse, we've got the birds fluttering in the distance. Notice that none of the foliage up here is static. It's all just swaying slightly, just like the grasses down on the ground. And of course, your eye is immediately drawn to the K, which is underneath the cracks. So we've got a bit of gameplay tutorialization of exactly what we're in for, in addition to just a whole lot of brickwork in order to try and indicate what's going on. This is brilliant. And I just wanted you to see it, even. That's all. By the way, my personal favorite detail is also the lighthouse. Wonderful stuff. God, I can't wait to get to Tropical Freeze. I'm curious what Rax is going to think. Have you played Tropical Freeze, Rax? Because Rax recently asserted to me that Sonic 3 is one of the best platformers ever. Not that I disagree with that, but I think Rax is out of his mind. Because I've played some insanely good platformers in my life, and I can't imagine that it would equal up to them. Tropical Freeze is one of them. Tropical Freeze is one of the best 2D platformers ever made. I think it's one of the few games will cover, that has a chance of actually breaking Yoshi's Island's grip on the top 3 range. And I know what you're thinking. What the hell is better than Yoshi's Island? Mario Wonder. I'm sorry, Mario Wonder is joy. In fact, hang on. We should just take a moment and appreciate the framing of these stages. Look at this. 2 vases, kind of a broken down chunk of ruins there. You can see the doorway that used to be there. It kind of continues into the foreground too, if you're paying attention. Swaying tree in the upper left. There's butterflies back there. Just butterflies. Little purple leaves over here, some green leaves over here, kind of swaying. Trees are swaying back here. There's actually another layer of forest. Excuse me, there are 2 extra layers of forest behind the obvious forest layer right there. Yeah, I'm not counting like Super Metroid or Metroid Dread, which are also extremely good. That's Metroidvanias. I consider that separate. I'm just talking 2D platformers, right? Mario Wonder, Yoshi's Island, Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, Sonic 3. Yeah, this whole screen is just gorgeous. This is why I'm going to jot down a Doodad's positive. This is crazy. Call it that. also need to give this one thing about it. I'm also differentiating between 2D platformers and 3D platformers. So that's another layer of distinction there. Whenever we get to the Sonic block, we have to decide which exact version of those games we're playing. I think I own, like, 2 of them, and of course, obviously I have access to the original Genesis cartridges, thanks to the wonder of very legally obtained versions of the game. Logical. No questions. Oh no, I think I just remembered what level this is. Yeah. I think this is our first multiple deaths point when we were playing through this back in the day. It was this stage. Alright, wish me luck. The last time I played through this game and Tropical Freeze, I think? No, that's wrong. The last time I played through this game was 2016, when I was playing it with Gary. The last time I played Tropical Freeze was much more recently, because I've 100%ed Country Returns. I've 100%ed Tropical Freeze twice. So... wish me luck. It's our first minecart level. Pretty sure this one's just going to be a tutorial. You get the basic idea initially. You could jump on or you could jump over. You need to jump on. This is probably the first stage where getting the Kong letters is noticeably more difficult than just doing the stage as is. Because doing the stage as is actually not all that bad. Getting the Kong letters, though, whew. It's okay, there's a worse level type than this in this game. You might even start getting some negatives to level design. I'm not joking. Actually, a total lack of a heads up there, game. Ah, I missed. Well, I get to show off how smart they are about the checkpointing on a minecart level. Funnily. Nope. Do I pay for Switch Online? No! I don't know how to be more sarcastic than that. Help me out. How can I be more sarcastic? Help me out. I need to increase my sarcasm-o-meter. Damn it! No, whoa. There we go. Oh, this is much smoother than the original games. For example, I mentioned earlier how, the original Donkey Kong Country games were kind of rough, and then I got mobbed by everyone who loves those games. The original games had something I called inconsistent hitboxes. It's actually one of the first times we've ever covered a game, when we first covered Donkey Kong Country Returns, that had inconsistent hitboxes. Not the last. This game does not have that problem. And once again, this would be a joke level if I wasn't going for the Kong letters, but I said I'd get at least one world's Kong levels just to show it off. And there ain't any better place to do that than World 1, so here we are. Yeah, minecart jumps are committal jumps. You have no control over it. So this actually shifts into being a committal platformer. You have a small amount of control over the jump and the distance and size of your jump. But once you've hit that button, you're jumping. And we're good. And yeah, those hitboxes. Anyways, so that's a good demonstration of what I mean when it comes to how the Kong letters drastically increase the difficulty of a stage. So that's actually all the Kong letters for this world. So let's show off what you get when you do that. I just want to be very clear. I've beaten these stupid stages before. I do not promise to do this on camera. I just wanted to show off one of them. So each world has a Kong level. There are two things that are unique about the Kong levels. The first is that they are harder than normal levels. But second, and much more aggravatingly, they have no mid-mission checkpoints. You have to get through the entire stage on one run, or screw you. Each of them also usually has a different theme, like this one has the temporary platforms. If you fall behind at any point in time, you are dead, because there is no recovery. Don't ask me how they have gold-coated rubber. I do not know. Yeah, by the way, good luck getting all the puzzle pieces on the Kong levels, too. I'm not doing very well. And yeah, we're dead. So I mentioned we had to farm lives. You've probably been wondering why. Oh, sorry, banana-coated. One small detail. Unlike the Kong letters, the puzzle pieces actually do keep across deaths. If I quit this stage right now, I still have 2, I think, of the 5 puzzle pieces here, and I don't have to think about them ever again. So, for example, it'll even show. See how it's kind of translucent? That means I've already collected it. Damn it. Hi, Victor guy. I'm screwing up. How are you? And we start over from scratch. Bananas are the same as coins. 100 bananas equals 1 life. I'll try one more attempt at this, then we'll just move on. Like I said, I'm not committing to these. I think you get an idea of what these are. And this is the easiest one by far, by the way. Like I said, each one has its own theme. Okay, one more real attempt. That was just a screw up. No, this is a fail. I've taken too much damage. I really show off a little bit more of the stage, though. This is further than we got last time. That was actually pretty close to the end, too. Anyways, that's what a Kong level looks like. So you basically saw the whole stage there. Boss time. Would you please stop eating my bananas? Also, doing it in like a really gross way. Dude, what the crap? Yeah, just ew. What the hell? Yeah, of course he's eating the peels. That's where all the nutrients are. Phase 2. Every successful phase change gets you a heart in these bosses, which is something I actually like. Ugh, over dramatic much. Hey, notice they do still follow the rule of threes. It's more like the rule of three of threes. 3, 3, 3. But, yeah. Same concept. Ah, only 18. World 1. Simple but solid. So here's our overall zoom out thing, which I actually really like the way they did this, which is, yes, basically straight out of Yoshi's Island. You've got your world map, and then you've got your island map, which feels weird to call that bigger, but here we are. You get the idea. And you can see some of the stages we'll be getting to as we slowly make our way around the island. Also, the giant totem at the top just kind of follows you as you rotate around him. Excuse me. I don't remember what the second and third gems are, or the medals. Hang on a second. Ah, I think it's time attack. I know the puzzle piece one, yeah. This is time attack mode. And there's our time to beat, 57 seconds. No, no, no! I suck at everything. Oh god, I do suck at everything. No! See, this is why I secretly hate Sonic 3. Because I've never played, or I mean, because I suck. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on! No! 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 The widescreen didn't help. I suck too badly. Okay, so we failed at gold. Let's see if we can get silver. We got silver. Wiggly Piggly. Oh, terrible. And then you can just hit retry. One more try, one more try, one more try. Come on, game. Hurry up! Hurry up! Oh my god. I know it's calculated in, but still. God dang it. Oh my god. There's no way. Yep, no. I'm not even sure I'm going faster. That was like 3 seconds faster, that's it. I needed 12. So, that's time attack. Yeah, no, time attack is mean. Like I said, all the difficulty tends to be locked behind the optional stuff, like that. Oh, right. So, World 2. Let's hit the beach. How very glib, Spartan. Once again, framing. Trees, sloping hills, foreground, sand, rolling things. There's like a jug of something wrapped in a basket for some reason. So, crates, I guess? Crates and barrels here. Ugh. Yeah, that's right. You actually can't, can you, in this one? Oh, I used to get editing done on my ruminations while doing Praetorian Spartan. Granted, that was the old one where everything was baked into like the 2 versions of it, as opposed to the 3. I don't know, just Rob. Oh, no, it was great. I got a lot of editing done. I used to say, and this is true, anybody in my FF14 Discord can tell this, that the only time I ever was able to actually get leveling done was when I was working on Ruminations. So, this is a weird approach to enemy design. Vulnerable from the top, vulnerable from the side. Also, what's with all the dead sharks? Wait, those aren't sharks? Are those sharks? Either way, they're fish, and they're dead. As all fish should be. Yes, that's right, I'm against fish, too. Why did you have bananas? You know what, I don't. So, already we're starting to see them play with the terrain design a bit here. I like how a crab lowers this and not, you know, Donkey Kong. You know, a giant gorilla. What made it so significant game in history? Nothing. The Donkey Kong Country games were always very popular, and they sold well. But calling them significant is something I don't think I agree with. I don't remember Just for Updating. I know we do in the second one. What is with all the crabs, and why are all the crabs pirates? I'm not trying to bash the Donkey Kong Country games, to be very clear. I have plenty of other ways of doing that if I felt like it. No, I'm just saying, like, if you asked me to put together a list of historically significant platformers, I don't think they'd make the list. You know, we've got Mario 1, we've got Sonic 2. Mega Man 2. Yeah, Metroid, if we're counting that. Because, you know, Metroidies. I'm actually stalled there now. Past that, it gets more debatable. Let's just put it that way. If we expand it to include 3D platformers, we've got some basics like we've got some basics like Mario 64, and those are sharks. Hey. And other games I can't think of off the top of my head. I mean, he'd do a better job than the current leadership Spartan. Or the previous leadership, or the next leadership. Tomb Raider? Tomb Raider? Look, doesn't matter who it is, Mook. What was the first Donkey Kong game I played? I, of course, have the boring answer. And that would, of course, be the original Donkey Kong, you know. You know, that one, in the arcades. Didn't like it. Kind of sucked, even then. Well, this is not as good as Tropical Freeze off the deep round. I'm just going to spoil that right now. Yeah, Pac-Man was more interesting than Donkey Kong. Although, I kind of preferred Galaga. That was my go-to when it came to arcade games. Yeah. As I like to say, name a good arcade game. This is when I get mobbed by the other group of people. I haven't reviewed DK. You know, that's true. I still think it's something I can fairly say that it sucks. Sorry, I should clarify, when I say arcade games, I don't mean games in the arcade because English is English. I mean games from the 70s, before consoles and PC gaming existed. In any real sense of the word. I mean arcade games. Asteroids, Space Invader, Galaga, the original Donkey Kong, Pac-Man. Yeah, the arcade era of gaming. The era that plagued the console gaming for literal decades. Yeah, the original Mario Bros. Sinistar, that's another good one. I mentioned Space Invaders. Look at all this stuff going on in the background. I guess the crabs have their own culture and towns here and everything. And they're apparently, like, they're doing something with the sand. Do you see that? Yeah, Centipede would count. Balloon Fight would count. Do you see that? They're like... They're conveying? Gondola-ing a bunch of sand out of here. Yeah, consoles were chasing the arcade era. In fact, most of the original NES games were actually just arcade games ported to the NES. Just straight up. Oh. See, I understand that off the deep end. I always thought of it in the opposite direction, personally. There was too little meat on the bones of arcade games for me to ever get invested in any of them, so I never did. I played them because there was no alternative. It's one of the reasons the NES just kind of blew me away, is that was the first time we had video games, as opposed to just games. I have no idea, Spurn. I'm pretty sure Space Invaders predates Galaga, but don't quote me on that. Space Invaders is historically significant. Space Invaders invented difficulty. To be slightly more accurate about that sentence, it invented escalating difficulty, a game getting harder over time. Which I know sounds strange to think about nowadays, but that didn't used to be a thing. A lot of the original arcade game era stuff didn't get harder. You just played until you screwed up. Again, Pac-Man. Now, the Simpsons arcade game is not what I'm talking about at all, to be very clear. I actually literally just said this, but to repeat myself, I'm not talking about games that were in the arcade, I'm talking about arcade games, the arcade era of games. Which predates, all that stuff by a wide margin. Like a decade. There you go. 1978 was Space Invaders. Because, yeah, I think I've mentioned this before. My mother used to just kind of drop me off, essentially, at the local arcade and say, here's the $1, or here's $5. Go do stuff for several hours. And I would learn how to stretch that. That's actually when I became, I think I've mentioned this, that's the only time I was ever really good at fighting games, is because a lot of the arcade games were fighting games there. Excuse me. That would have been around the Mortal Kombat 2 era. And Street Fighter 2. But yeah, we had Simpsons, we had X-Men, obviously Turtles in Time, all 3 beat-em-ups. I feel like there was a 4th big beat-em-up in that era, in the arcades. No, it wasn't Final Fight. I do remember Alien vs. Predator. The arcade I used to go to didn't have that, but I think that's like the same era. Same period of history. Oh, I love this song. Sorry, this is one of my favorite songs in the game. I'm gonna shut up for a second. These crab people are really advanced, aren't they? Look at this. I mean, this is something Retro is actually historically quite good at. Background world building. We'll actually see more of this in the next game, but it is something they've pretty much always been good at. Going back to Prime 1. So, we're essentially playing the 3DS version of the game, Ross. So, we're, for all intents and purposes, playing the 2013 version of this game. Because they did change a few things under the hood, added some new options, added some new levels, etc. Crazy Tax is one of those games that we learned to avoid pretty quickly, because that was a coin muncher. Right up there with most of the light gun games and the racing games, which were just straight up scams. Hated that. See if there's anything worth buying right now. Other than the key. Always buy the key. You heard him. Uh-oh. Rye is playing Pokemon Violet. Darn you, Rye. Someday. Someday I too shall play Pokemon Violet. The 3DS was a really good console that I hated playing on. Please, for the love of God, port more games off of the 3DS. Some of you probably remember... Oh, no, it's this stage. Some of you probably remember that my biggest pie-in-the-sky, never-gonna-happen wish list for the Switch Pro, for the Switch 2, was having a 3DS cartridge slot in the thing, so I could just play the 3DS on my Switch. Sigh. It is such a goddamn... To this day, I have no way of streaming Star Fox 64 3DS to you guys. I cannot do it. That's just not possible. Among other games. Alright, so we've seen the barrel levels. We've seen the minecart levels. There's a third type of level we haven't encountered yet, and it's my least favorite type of level in the game by far. It's the rocket levels. So this is helicopter. You hold down to go up, you don't hold down to go down. Any hit is death. Have fun. You're probably thinking, why do I hate these levels? Getting the letters. There's those frickin' pirates. Sorry, what I mean by that is holding down the button. So let me use slightly different English for that. Pressing the button goes up. Not pressing the button goes down. Yeah, these were actually a back-of-the-box feature, these stupid levels. Yeah, the best part is I think it's any button. You can just press whatever you feel like. There are at least checkpoints on these stages. I'll give them that. If there weren't, I think I'd go insane. They also tend to be bigger on spectacle than anything else because, you know, lots of background stuff going on. I mean, even in this very stage, it's these dudes in their frickin' ship shooting at me. Yes, you can, Dakota. Kong. So yeah, this is the easy one, obviously. This is the tutorial. Not that I'm aware of, but... The Kong tribe seems to be pretty cool with everybody on the island. Except for the totem guys. I mean, in the next game, the invaders literally come from another island entirely. Yeah, pretty much, Joe Biden. Kremlings? Well, you see, King K. Rool is a dick. Don't worry, it'll be up in, about 7 hours. Yeah, the Kongs tend to be pretty cool with everybody. Unless you steal their stuff. Then their cool factor goes down a little bit. Yeah, I would probably go ahead and make King K. Rool a warlord rather than an entire faction. I don't know, I feel like we could make an entire faction of the Kremlings, but I struggle to think about what their shtick would be, you know? What would differentiate the Kremlings from everyone else? Real question. I'm not being facetious. Like, if anybody has any ideas that I can horribly steal, or I mean. Stealing resources to waste them. So what do we do as like a gameplay benefit of that? Like, what is the benefit to them for wasting resources? I'm obviously denying the enemy resources, but you know what I mean. Actually, that's not a bad point. We can make them a full marauding power. Make it so they basically cannot produce resources on their own. But they gain benefits from, you know, yanking it. And yeah, their hero unit, King K. Rool, could get stronger the more stuff they've got. I'm not going to make it. Ah! Sorry. Yeah, exactly, Chill Penguin. That's not a bad idea. You guys are so smart. This is why I steal your ideas and nobody else's. And yeah, like, maybe they gain benefits, which are really good benefits, but those benefits are expensive as hell. So you gotta rob and pillage a lot. Right? I feel like I feel like the Kongs absolutely would not be their own faction. There's no way, right? The question is, are they a merc unit, or are they a warlord unit? I feel like merc feels better, right? Essentially a hero unit. I mean, Kong, even in lore, is just a giant pile of muscles. Even in Punch-Out! No. Sure, no. If the DKC show is canon, I will eat my hat that I don't own. I will buy a hat and eat it. Damn it. I'm trying to be cautious and I get hit. Don't teach me to be cautious. Now, what are they called? The totem enemies in this game wouldn't be a warlord or a merc faction. They would be a hazard, an event chain. I guess it's not exactly a spoiler, but spoilers, the totem things I can't even think of the name of, they use bananas in their procreation. That sounds grosser when I say that out loud, but the tikis, thank you. They use them to make new tikis. That's how they build new tikis. There's a whole level based on it. It's actually pretty cool. The reason I bring that up, same concept, right? They could come into an area and just start draining resources out of it in order to make more of them, which then makes them more capable of taking more resources out of an area, which then makes more of them, etc., etc. They spread fast and hard unless they're taken care of quickly. So that's your plague event, basically, is the tikis. Kinda, yeah, Ross. Locusts. Yeah, no, locusts. Locust feels like the really correct descriptor for what I'm picturing there. So we've got the warlord faction of the Kremlins. We've got the hero units of the donkeys, the Kongs, more accurately, and then we've got the event of the tikis. Now, for those of you who've played it, what do you think we could do with the enemies of the next game? The Frostmads, I think, is what they're called. Because we can go a lot of directions with that. We can also save that discussion for over there. It's just it's in my head right now. Sorry. Kind of 100% of that game multiple times. I can't think of the name of the frickin' faction that's the enemy in it. Bean Kingdom? If we have a concept list such as city-states, which I guess we do, that's the warlord stuff, right? Minor states, that would be the Bean Kingdom. And their big shtick would be economic ruin. Like, they screw with other people's economies a lot. Okay, so wish me luck, because we have summoned the Kraken. And that's the rest of our stage now. Yeah, exactly, Dame Celeste. That's pretty much exactly what I was thinking. Got it. You know, I'm not going for the Kong letters. Why am I still going for the Kong letters? Stop it, Lord. Although, there's actually a reason I might want to do that. I'll look that up later. Ow. This is on the Switch too, but I believe this is on the Switch. Can someone confirm deny that, please? Before I commit to saying the wrong thing. Oh, you son of a sub-bearer. I know off the deep end. That's why I was uncertain. I hate platformers. Platformers are the worst. You know, I was talking earlier about killing every bug. If I could kill every bug on the planet, every bad bug on the planet, selectively, in a way that doesn't harm the environment, but at the cost of playing one platformer, I still wouldn't do it. It's a good question, Spartan. I don't use either, because I don't hit that level of min-maxing. So I don't know. So you want to know the weirdest thing that always throws me about these games? There's no run button. In almost every platformer I play, I'm holding down Y the entire time. Just non-stop. And I'll let it up when I need to do something more precise, right? In this game, there is no Y button. That is to say, there's no run button. You're always going full tilt. There's the roll, but that's different. And so when I was playing this back in the day, I had to like force myself out of the muscle memory of holding down, you know, the run button the entire time. Anyways. I mean, I'd say that I love run buttons, and then I remember that Mega Man is my favorite platformer. Anyways. You missed the Kraken, Evo. I hope you were eating squid. Yeah, ditto, Moog. I think it's because we're not doing anything to go faster, so our brain tells us that we're going slower, even though we're not. Fish, squid, they're the same thing. By the way, if you think you've seen me gush about the visuals of this game, no, you haven't. Wait until you see the next game. I'm gonna stop hyping up the next game. The next game sucks. Tropical Freeze is the worst platformer ever made. Aww. Oh my god, this poor whale. Okay, so if you remember, in the previous stage, cross-stage continuity. In the previous stage, these people, the crab pirates, shot their cannon at us, which had this hook, crashing their ship, because the hook got stuck in this poor whale. There you go, big guy. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm gonna shut up now. You're still in Mix Land. Sorry, pillagers, no. Wait, you're breaking the stuff I'm walking on, Mr. Whale, no! Why are you doing this to... Oh my god, are they okay? Are you okay, animals? Scream once for yes and twice for no. I think he's mad at these ships. Or the crabs. Or both. No! 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 Oh my god. I got it and then died. Got it and then died. Alright, hold up. I was gonna write something down. I can't remember what it was. Oh, right. All right. Oh my god, Brigman. That's probably actually what they're referencing there, too. I'm telling you, that whale is just mad. Oof. I guess I don't blame him. He had an anchor stuck in his blowhole. That'd probably make me pretty pissed, too. Alright. Okay, we're good. The other small thing... I didn't even talk about this. The other small thing that the Kong letters indicate is how far through the stage you are. It's okay, Spark. I accept. Just this once, though. Another great song. I think it's one of our first unique songs. So, this is a red light, green light stage, but I happen to really like this one. It is, however, very mean to get everything on, because every pickup that gets hit by the wave while the wave is on screen goes away. I'll demonstrate this. Why here? What? Do you see those mushrooms? See those bananas? They're gone. So if I fail to get that K there, there's also temporary shelter as well, which is destroyed by the waves as it goes by. And you get temporary shelter from the button like this. Notice they put it right here, so you've got a bit of a safe area. You can also duck here, but if you get up, it kills you instantly. You get washed away by the wave. Last I checked, it was still in the realm of rumor, but yes, I did, Ross. I hope it's a thing, because that would be yet another 3DS game ported off of the 3DS. Oh, it didn't get rid of the K. Holy crap. I swear it got rid of the K. Just don't reach the damn thing. Yeah, there's a rumor going around that, let's see, New Super Mario Brothers, that's DS. New Super Mario Brothers Wii, obvious. And New Super Mario Brothers 2, that's 3DS. Will be coming out on the Switch, too. That did not look like an instant death pit. What the hell? Yes, I like this song. If it's not obvious. God, that's a weird thought. This game is so old that I already had its music long collated before I ever did the Babylon 5 ruminations, which themselves were forever ago. Yeah, no kidding, Blue Dragon EXE. Like I said, more games off the 3DS, the better. No, 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 no! Oh, God, that was close. I think you're right, Chill Pangolin. Oh no, you only got 1.5 lives and 3 coins. You poor thing. Sorry, I love how it treats. I guess it does treat it as a failure because I didn't pick up the frickin' painting piece, but who cares? Hello, shark. Please do not eat me. I am not delicious. Have you seen how much potassium I intake? Can you even eat potassium? Oh, okay. Stupid crabs. God. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen. Can't do the skip now because I don't have Diddy. Nope. I'd rather die than miss out on that letter. Yeah, no kidding, Spartan. Although, in fairness, I think Diddy Kong was here first. Whatever. Okay. I love that stage, if it's not obvious. Just to show it off, since we happen to have unlocked it. I don't remember what the gimmick is of 2K. Oh, yeah. So, on the previous stage, every platform only stayed for a bit. On this stage, the moment you land on it, it starts sinking into the lava. And that's your gimmick right there. For some reason, I remember this one gave me more trouble than some of the later ones. I don't remember why, though. I know that if you don't advance quickly enough, you will die. Like, you'll just straight up die. And one more attempt, because that was just a screw up. And they give us a ditty right off the front. Oh yeah, it's probably also not obvious, but the rate of them falling into the lava increases as time goes on. So they start off falling slow, and then they fall faster, and then they fall a lot faster, and you get it. Oh, god damn it, game, really? Okay, that just had to know that was coming, I guess. What is this, a Sonic game? Anyways, I'm gonna stop messing around with this. We've seen the gimmick. So, given the theme of the world, we're probably going to face crab pirates. It's just, I don't know, it's a vibe I'm getting. Because as we all know, crabs infamously love bananas. See his beard, Evo? Yeah, that beard right there. Oh. Banana on my face, I suppose, hardballed one. What the hell? They just... Wow, okay. I have no idea, Cyclone. I'm guessing not. I need to look up something while I'm thinking about it. Here it is. Could you explain how that ruins multiplayer? Speaking as someone who has played through this entire game co-op, I don't think I ever really encountered that or had any issues with it. So I'm curious what the issue is exactly. Um, doesn't say. Sorry, I'm looking something up. Give me a sec, please. Yeah, we played the Wii version multiplayer. It's the only version that existed back then. See you around off the deeper end. Alright, that's what I thought. Hmm. I'll give it one negative. Let's compromise. Because that is a weird oversight. I don't think it ruins co-op, though. But negative given. I will put that in a bug. I wonder why they ported that out for the 3DS version. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, skippable cutscenes. Of course. Well, that makes you feel better, Cycloud. I plan to give a co-op negative later for a completely unrelated reason. Although, in fairness, I should test to make sure it's still a problem in this version. Which I will do. Oh, sure, now you do it. Very dramatic. Yeah, each world has a different instrument, if memory serves. 1 second, please. There we go. Oh yeah, at some point we should give a... We'll probably run into it naturally, but we should probably give a positive for the existence of super mode. Pretty sure we did it with the Marios as well. I'll jot that down. This is the era when super mode was pretty common. They had that in Galaxy 2, I want to say. Originally, the Galaxy 2 team was going to work on this game. And then Retro was like, please, we want to work on something that isn't Metroid. Okay, fine, whatever. Here we go, this is what I'm looking for. Hello, cat. Now that's interesting. Yeah, we'll have to actually... I agree with you on paper, Chopin. We're going to have to see how they implement it exactly to judge it. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll die enough to unlock it in a later stage. Ruins, World 3. Wait, what? I just have free look. Oh, I do have free look. So there's the jungle. There's the mines. There's the ruins. Up there we have the cliffs. That world sucks. We have the factory. Best world in the game. And then we have the lava. The other suck world. What other series could Nintendo give Retro to play around with? That's a good question. So the obvious answer is the obvious picks. Zelda, Mario, etc. But hang on. How many Nintendo IPs have just been sitting there dead in the water? F-Zero is the one that occurs to me immediately. We also have Star Fox. What else have we got? Hi, Lord Harma. Thank you for not being a bot. Eternal Darkness. I have no opinion on that. Kid Icarus. I like Kid Icarus. Look out! Damn it, Mook. I knew it! Hi, Savacom. Actually, yes. Although you've already missed the rhinoceros, and I don't think that turkey on stilts really counts as a companion. So, okay, Kid Icarus. So let's actually sit and think about this. We've got Kid Icarus. We've got F-Zero. We've got Star Fox. Which of those would we most want to see Retro make a new game of? I'm leaning towards Star Fox as well, actually. I feel like getting that team who are known for their creativity on something like Star Fox, which is a relatively simple formula for a game, all things considered, could lead to some really cool and interesting levels. And bosses, and, you know, just Star Foxiness, right? So this is called The Ruins, not because it's ruined, but because we showed up. And if that sounds like a joke, I want you to pay attention to what's happening to the brickwork as we work through it. I mean, I agree that Kid Icarus is in most need of getting something, anything. Kid Icarus has, what, 2 games? I've never even played one of them. Oh, you little snot. Now you're dead. Oh, now you're really dead. Come here and die. Come here and die. Sakurai's team is too busy right now, making Kirby Air Ride 2. Yeah, Mercury did Dread. Who knows what Mercury's doing now? I'm actually kind of curious. Yeah, where the hell's Punch-Out? That's another good one. I really liked Wii Punch-Out. Way more than I thought I would. Well, before Mario Wonder existed, Savacom, the sequel to this game was what I considered the best 2D platform ever made. We'll see if that holds up. It's the next game we're playing. But, yeah. There we go. Thank you, Bragwin. Like, this is... I don't anticipate this game is going to really knock it out of the park. I think it will score quite well. Probably around, you know, 80-ish, 90-ish, maybe even 100. I will be shocked if Tropical Freeze doesn't reach into the 300 to 400 range. That's a good question. I don't know, hardboiled one. As I say, Mercury, I don't know what they're working on. Don't know what Next Level Games is doing. We know what Retro's doing. They're polishing Prime 4 right now. Let's see, Next Level Games. So, Next Level Games made Luigi's Mansion 3, which tracks. That game rocked. They also, however, made the recent Mario Strikers game, which did not. They also made Federation Force, which was trash, and Dark Moon, which was great, so there's no consistency there at all. But the last game they made was the recent Mario Strikers. That was 3 years ago. Oh. Oh, Next Level Games shut down. Their shares were bought out by Nintendo, and the company was folded into Nintendo. So that's what Next Level Games is up to. Nothing. I mean, the employees are probably still off making whatever. It's just they're not a team anymore. Or if they are, they're like Nintendo Team 37 or something like that. Why does this... Why did they make the statue of a monkey have a statue tie? No, don't hand wave this. I want an answer. Being attacked by hummingbirds. That's true. How would we know he's wearing clothes if he didn't have a tie on? I actually have no idea, Chill Penguin. My knowledge of trivia is not that great. So yeah, our next major barrel level here. Yeah, me too, Triax. Everyone says it's better than the first game, and I hope so. I wasn't super impressed with the first game. Thanks, Checkpoint Pig. Hang on, hang on. Just break through the walls, it's fine. Wait, that's Billy Mitchell, the psychopath? It is the asshole. God, I hope he dies. I hope he dies in a fire. I hope he's stabbed to death by 1,000 people. Alright, moving on. Let's see here. Anything down here? Just a jigsaw. Just a jiggy. I have no idea if the jigsaws are a deliberate reference to the jiggies. Because, you know, rare. It'd be kind of funny if it was true, though. Look, all I'm saying is, if I had a choice between killing 50 animals and Billy Mitchell, I'd kill Billy Mitchell, and then the 50 animals. For real though, he's a monster. Screw him. Yeah, exactly, Dame Celeste. Sorry, turkeys. I guess you could say your goose is cooked. It is possible we will finish today. Depends on how many coins we get. As weird as that probably sounds. I'll explain later. But we need, I want to say, like, 400 coins total. So you get 3 tries here to succeed. This is actually a really cool concept. Actually, if anyone wants to look up, is there like a defined coin farming spot in this game? Best coin farm in Donkey Kong Country Returns. Something like that. We're at 181, so we need only about a little over double what we've got right now. Since we can keep buying the map keys to keep showing off all the levels. I mean, Frankie Kong was going by Donkey Kong as well back in the day, so I could see that. Even further into the background here. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Sorry, I was looking at something literally in the background. Probably shouldn't do that while I'm playing stages. You know, guys, I thought we kind of settled this. Like, I already beat up your pirate captain guy. Like, are we done here? Apparently not. Alright, time to teach some pirates some lessons. Why is there a lobster just hanging out in the background? Is he part of the crew, or is he food? Do crabs eat lobsters? I mean, coconut crabs, excuse me, apparently eat everything. Excellent, Mr. Red. Soon we will obtain complete chili saturation. Oh, he's dead. Listen, Donkey, he has a long, complicated history with barrels. Sometimes they're his allies, sometimes they're not. The barrel giveth, the barrel taketh away. Jesus. Okay, hang on. Ah. Okay, that's a thing that happened. Well, that just happened. Sorry. $1K for koi farming? Really? That's an interesting one. And 2-2. Okay. Thank you, Archbruce. I mean, that would have been funny, Bricklin. Irritating. Funny. James would walk up to the crabs. Crab would be like, "Yar, matey, give us your bananas." And James would be like, oh, I like bananas. They remind me of this one time. He would not elaborate on what this one time is. And the crabs would sit there staring at him, like, awkwardly. Like, you gonna finish your sentence? Huh? You were talking about crabs, and you like crabs and bananas, I think it was? What? No, I hate bananas. Hey, listen, we're... Why do I keep failing this jump? Twice! Oh my god! I sure hope not, Savicom. I don't think I could take it. It's funny you're saying that on the first stage I've been consistently failing at. But thank you, Savicom. Sure. Timber, I guess. DK hates bananas. Okay, hang on. I just want to see some super quick. Over here. I guess I could just sit there and farm for a while. The son of Popeye hates spinach. Oh my god, it's a Banana Republic. It makes so much sense. Wait, is that the level I think it is? Oh god, I think it is. Alright, let's do this other one first. Just let me... Okay. So there's spiders in this game, right? We'll get to it. It's okay. It's not what you're thinking. It's worse. Yeah, a couple 100,000 spiders, yes. You know what, here. I already talked it up. I should just show it off now. Hang on. If that's the stage, I think it is. I don't know what's up with this loading song. This might not be the stage I'm thinking of, in which case I apologize. Oh, that's World 5, okay. What's this then? Oh, no, this is these jackasses. We're about to unleash a plague on the world, ladies and gentlemen. With that door opening, we have just doomed this island. Do you see him in the background, by the way? Under the things. These are biters. I feel like they speak for themselves, really. Damn it. Just do we're shooting here. Might as well get it since I'm here already. I think it's faster to get it anyways. All I really want is the coins. I need that money. I kind of unironically do, though. Didn't pull back hard enough. See a little guy peeking through the eye. Checking to make sure we're okay. Is it cool to let this guy in, boss? Yeah, he's cool. He just wants his bananas. He can have his bananas. We're gonna munch on him. Delicious Kong flesh. I wonder what gorilla tastes like. Look, I just want to eat people. I mean, gorillas, okay? That's all I'm saying. I do enjoy beef. I've never had horse. I honestly probably never will. Being honest with myself. So the opposite of character assassination. Change the character, but in a good way. So in the LGAs, we call that character utilization. But I'm not sure if there's a specific term for, you know, makes a character not suck. I can think of plenty of examples of that in fiction. Yeah, I guess character development. It's kind of like, what's the opposite of flanderization, you know? Character ingoodening. I don't know. I don't know what the official term is for that. Oh, that sucked. No, okay. Listen. You realize that's the ground you're biting, right? Oh, thank God. I mean, character development is a perfectly fine answer for that. Character progress, maybe? I don't know. What was the elephant doing there? Well, yeah, that's why I distinguish characterization from character growth. Character arc, I should say, excuse me. Thing is, I don't call it... I don't know. Character growth can be a bad thing. Like, a character can become a worse character. In fact, it's pretty normal. One second. I suppose that's fair applicable. Character arc is what it's really called. But for some reason, that just doesn't roll off the tongue for me. Characterization and character arc. It's true, though. It is an arc. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, exactly, but it is the correct term, it just sounds weird to my ears. Why are the sharks like... Oh, they're tiger sharks, right. Never mind. Okay, hang on. That was a really good spot to get some coins, and I screwed up. Whatever. We're halfway there now. We really do wreck a lot of things simply by virtue of being there, don't we? Indiana Jones would hate us. Or like, I don't know, the Archaeologist Society or something. Stop blowing everything up just by moving around. You have these ancient water wheels and you're just like smash, smash, smash. It's like adventuring with the Hulk. One of my favorite little tidbits about the Smash Brothers Brawl, that is to say the Wii one's story arc, is that extra special effort was put into making sure that Donkey Kong was dealt with by the enemy. Because he was considered a higher tier threat than everything else. They pretty much unironically treated him like the Hulk. Subspace Emissary was so good. How do you tell a story with almost no dialogue? That's how. There's a whole story there, too. Characters, and arcs, and background, and world building, all kinds of stuff. And just no dialogue. I don't remember what they did with Kirby in that one. Legitimately. I remember what they did with Kid Icarus. I remember what they did with, like, a lot of characters. What did they do with Kirby? Also, Princess Peach was amazing. Well, no, that was the more recent one, Snake Eyes, where Kirby was the only one who was capable of outracing the light speed attack by the villain. I don't think he did much in Brawl. I know, right, Dame Celeste? I was excited for Smash Ultimate until, you know, it had no story. I hesitate to use the words no story when it comes to a game, but honestly, that game did not have story in any real sense of the word. Yeah. Alright, Game Geek. I'm ready. I'm ready for you. Strike me down. Pseudo Regalia. Dusk. And Hayseed Knight. And a thank you. Thank you, Game Geek. As always. Okay. So this level is named Temple Topple. I have a feeling I know how this is going to go. The way it's going to go is Mr. Red really doesn't want me to do this stage. I understand, Mr. Red. I'll put that towards Hayseed Knight. I knew it, Game Geek. Donkey Kong Bonanza. And Pseudo Regalia. Thank you for being part of the show. And if you never do a highlight reel again, still appreciate you. I am actually... I want you to know, nobody cares. Nobody cares. It has taken real effort to not just load up Donkey Kong Bonanza and just play it for a bit during my extremely copious amounts of spare time. I haven't even fired it up. I haven't done anything with it at all. So I'll be playing that pretty blind when we get there. Oh, banana. That's a game I hope we never review. I'm kidding, we'll probably do it someday. DK64. Yeah, that is definitely a video game. No, come back, come back. Wait, stop. I could, Mr. Red, but I've got enough of a queue as is. Let's actually get some of the friggin' games we already have funded run, shall we? I'm not actually complaining. I'm really not. What? Oh, right. So this is a play-around level. This is a level designed to be like, hey, here's Bambi. Have fun with it. I actually like these. They're basically breather levels. Or victory laps, as I can't remember who of Mega Man designer fame calls them. Yeah, we'll see. We've got a couple of games extremely close to being funded. I forget what all they are. I know Gothic's one of them. I know the Awful Block's up there. Violet got funded. I'm trying to remember what else is towards the top. But yeah, that's a good example of a stage that's just fun. It's not particularly challenging. It's not particularly gimmicky. It's just, here's a rhino and a bunch of things in a row for you to bowl over. It was technically the second, but it was the first real mount level. The other one was just a tutorial. So let's see what the gimmick is for 3K, shall we? Hello, cat. No food for you. For another 7 hours. I'll feed you in 7 hours. Okay. References. We're walking. Because you see, it was so ancient and old that these ancient temples reference the original Donkey Kong. No, he just gets fed twice a day. 12 hours apart. At 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Or as close to that as I can manage. Sleep, people, sleep. Oh, absolutely, Wolverine. That's just perfectly positioned to screw with you. That guy right there. What a dick. Well, I could get the puzzle pieces, but I don't hate myself that much, sorry. I mean, I'm not particularly fond of myself, because I am a worthless failure. But, like, I'm not that much of a worthless failure, you know what I mean? Like, it's a gradient. So, now we do this. I remembered this part. Oh, wow, that's our first K stage completed. Wow. This is 50 coins we don't need now. So I guess I could give that away now. So each K stage gives you a pearl. If you get all the pearls, you unlock the final world. Once you've beaten the game for the first time, you can also go back and just buy the pearls for 50 coins. Instead of having to do a giant checkpointless level, which may or may not be from hell. Because some of these stages, like I said, are insane. I do actually like that level, though, unironically. But we don't review those kind of super optional levels. PFR. Actually, we do, don't we? We do actually do that. Hang on. Let me check something. God, Mario Wonder got 211 gameplay positives. Nope, I was right. We did actually review the final test badge marathon. It's the name of the stage. And that is the super optional level from Mario Wonder. However, that makes sense. PFR means exactly what it means. It doesn't mean we always skip super optional stuff. It means we skip it when it's dumb. Especially when it's dumb to unlock or dumb to access. So, for example, we could probably review Ruby Weapon, but we're probably not going to review... oh god, what's the one in 10? I can't remember its name. The super optional in 10. I don't know. Case by case. Penance. Yep, penance. Screw that fight. I mean, I could cheat the money in, but at that point, why even bother? Anyways, 3B. Poor bird. So we've had the drums, we've had the maracas. Now we have a gong. I remember having issues on this boss. They're actually bombs. The bombs just have a skull painting thing on them. Let's see, Retro has played Super Mario Bros. 2 here. Damn it! I wasn't sure. Damn it. Pick up the thing. There we go. Like, I wasn't that bad, but I sucked at that horribly. Why are you so fat? You were just born. Yes, it's a Moab who throws bomb because it's a Moab. It's a Moab. There's a lot of puns in this game. Okay, welcome to the mine area. Up to like minecart levels. Because I don't. They're still better than the rocket levels, though. I mean, it was alright, Elizur. See that right there? That's my thoughts of the anime Death Note. Now, you're probably looking for super mega in-depth thoughts about the anime Death... The Death Note anime, excuse me. I don't really have any. I do think it's interesting that L was willing to risk everything just to be able to be proven right. Rather than just acting on what he figured was his instincts and, you know, preventing all that from happening in the first place. Yeah, no kidding, Hardboiled one. Hello, Notabot. Whoa! One of the things I did like about the anime was it makes sense that someone like Kira would be caught pretty quickly. Like, there's this sort of presumption in real life and in fiction of dying horribly, where you sort of assume that just because there's no rational explanation for something, you won't get caught. Let me use a made-up example. Let us say that you have the ability to teleport and turn invisible. That's just bear with me, just bear with me. So you go invisible and you teleport into a bank and rob it. And like, wahahaha. And then you go and you deposit all the money into your bank account. And then you are immediately caught, because of course you are. And they're like, okay, what the hell? And then they're like, yeah, no, he had the money. Here's the money trail. Here's all our evidence citing that it's clearly them who stole the bank. It doesn't matter that they can't prove how you got in or out. You're clearly guilty. Right? And that's the thing about Death Note, is it made perfect sense that someone would be able to put 2 and 2 together and be like, okay, hold up. Even though we can't understand how you're killing people, you clearly are. And you're clearly doing so under these specific rules. Now, the flaw of the Death Note anime is it posits that only a super omega genius like L could ever have possibly used basic deductive reasoning. Because apparently every human being in the Death Note universe is just that stupid. Here, just for you, Czar. 1 puzzle piece. That's all you get. Okay. Wish me luck. Alright, so I've already failed. You didn't wish me luck! Why didn't you wish me luck? God dang it. Ah, I'm dead again. No. Where's my luck? I haven't read the manga. I probably never will. I also haven't seen the live action. Wish me luck. Ah! No, I'm gonna go for it. I can make that jump. I can make that jump. I can make that jump. I apparently cannot make that jump. My momentum is either too much or too little. Oh yeah, like I said, Elizur, there were plenty of ways to prove he was guilty. And again, even if they can't absolutely prove how you did it, the fact that he was doing it was really obvious, right? How am I supposed to make that jump? Okay, hold on, hold on. Yes, Mr. Red. Well, I tried jumping on the bug. Maybe if I jump way earlier, like way back here. There we go. Way before I was going to. And then immediately die, so now I have to do it earlier. Yes, I know. I suppose we should show that off in the interest of reviewing, but I kind of don't want to for this stage. I really, really don't like minecart levels. I've never even heard of that act. What is this indie world of which you speak? You're lying to me. Why would you lie to me, act? Don't you know the consequences of lying to me, act? There are none whatsoever. That's how bad it is. I know these are supposed to be intense, but honestly I tend to get just bored during the minecart sequences because you end up doing them over and over and over. A common problem in video games. See, the cat even agrees with me. Oh my god. Got all the letters. Okay, so like what? Nintendo Indie World? I think is what you're referencing. Sorry, my brain was like elsewhere completely. When is it? I guess we could show that off, act, when we get there. Well, I have no idea about Falkenstein. I think it's just the indie showcase. If that's the one I'm thinking of. Ugh. Oh god, that was 4-1. I just realized that was the first stage in World 4. Welcome to World 4, I guess. Don't worry, Silk World will totally be there. There will be nothing. Dude, let's just get this out there. There will be no Silk World. Or Silk Song. Or Silk Dancing. There's no Silk. There are 9 worlds total. We are on 4. The goal is to show off most of all 9. Might have issues because of stuff like that. Well, you do like asking about Death Note while I'm dying a lot. Is this related, Elizar? Are you trying to tell me something? Many fans of Death Note want to see Light Wind be the new god of the world. That's disgusting and terrible. Anybody who thinks that should be ashamed of themselves. That's a good question. When was Silk Song announced? I actually don't remember, because I'm pretty sure it was announced before I played Hollow Knight. If my timeline is correct there. 6 years is pretty bad in any era of gaming for a development cycle. In fact, I'm actually curious. When was Skull and Bones announced? So Skull and Bones took 9 years in development, and that was an actual scam, like a governmental level scamming a country scam. So let's show this off really quick. This is Super Guide. You will not keep any items that SuperCon collects. He's a monkey, so well, gorilla. So this is how Super Guide works. So this is all pre-recorded stuff. And you can jump in at any point where he's at. That's why I still think it's a positive. I agree that this isn't the best implementation of Super Guide, but for someone who just wants to get through the stage, getting past an irritating part and then being like, okay, let me play the game again, is not exactly a bad feature. But now we gotta restart the level. So I just wanted to show that off briefly. Don't worry, we're only like 3 seconds into the stage anyways. And we can't buy any items because we need those items. We need those coins, rather. Oh, that's interesting. It's still unlocked because we've died so much. To be completely honest, I forgot about that feature too, Chill Pangolin. Until I saw the little exit button there, and I was like, all right. God, getting all the puzzle pieces in this was such a pain. Pretty sure we looked up a fair few of them, too. So here's a fun variant on the minecart concept. That's your tutorial for it. Now let's do it for real. I even got the end. Who lives down here? Like, they have trains and railways and little towns with, like, thingamabobbers, lamps and doors and other signs of society. Who lives down here? And why are they the next boss? Can't a monkey just eat his bananas in peace? Aww. Oh, shoot. I thought I missed the G, so I just kind of stopped trying there. I'm not even sure if I did miss it. I'm definitely net positiving on balloons lives right now. And my coin count is going up, so I can't complain. Okay, got it. What's with the bats? Why are there bats in a cave? Don't answer that. Why is... Okay, I got a real question. Why is the ore that they're hauling in that train bleeding? Are they carrying Phazon? Is that a Phazon reference? I thought it was the next jump, not that jump. Oh yeah, it's Serenite. That's even better. Considering they started work on this immediately after finishing Prime 3, it probably was fresh on their minds. It's immediate lore. Right here. Whoa, okay. Gotta jump a little late. Lyrium, but there's no giants in this setting. I think. Way late. Wow! Okay, even later, apparently. No, PvE Good Fate. No, they didn't. You are lying and wrong. And literally Hitler. Wait, that's me. Are you me, PvE Good Fate? Have you stolen my identity? Have I stolen your identity? Why? Okay, so the problem that's happening is the jetpack isn't initiating. And I know why, and it's really irritating, and I don't know what to do about it. Try to jump even later. Ugh. There. Okay, now I just have to beat the stage. Aw. Minecart levels. Yes, that's right. More minecart. It's actually a different type of minecart, though. For one, it's much easier to die. That's a joke. You can duck. That's the big variance. The other one, you're kind of riding on top of a thing and jumping between platforms. Here, you're supposed to stay in the cart. Like that. Hello, Jim Whisperer. Cooking is magic. That sounds like an interesting name for a show. I remember that O. I remember that O very well. That was close, and I should not have gone for that. Nope. I'm gonna give up on it. And because we need to get the... Oh, because we need to do the levels. Go away, pig. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to show you my actually 100% save of this game, which is on my 3DS. The cat made me die. Well, so far it hasn't happened in this one. It happened several times in Celeste, though. I was going to look at the screen that time. I was trying to understand what Dream Whisperer was saying. I do like that idea, though. I mean, that's kind of what Pokemon does with its curry, right? Still shouldn't have gone for that. Okay, now I have to live. And not, I don't know what's next. This is just pure reaction at this point. Can I have, like... Oh, no, no, no! Just a checkpoint. Please give me a checkpoint. Please give me a checkpoint. Please give me a checkpoint. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I'm on my knees here. Please give me a checkpoint. Please. Oh, thank you, God. Okay, we've locked in KO. So we never have to do that again. Which is good, because we just died. I've thought about that, Savacom. If you remember, that's how we originally streamed the 3DS, was I just had my webcam in a really awkward setup. It was like... Oh god, how did I have it? I had it... I moved the keyboard away, and I had the webcam braced on a stand right here, looking straight down at an angle, and I would reach around the camera, and I would play the 3DS there. And holy crap was that jank. But it was the only thing I could do. Streaming the 3DS has always been a colossal pain in the ass. Well, I missed the end there, so... Yeah, let's play this game like that. God, no, please! I don't understand why that didn't work, but okay. No, Dream Whisperer. I mean, the game we're playing right now is a 3DS game, ported to the Switch. Oh my god, my lives counter. I'm down 10 lives from the previous stage. My god. Thank you for the sub, Moradar Live. Always appreciate you. And as a fresh reminder, you can put that towards increasing interest in up to 3 future streams if you'd like to. Please and thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna, like... I'm pretty sure if you run out of lives, you lose stage progress. The real downside... Downside? I need to stop reading while talking. Chat doesn't exist. The real downside of losing lives is that when you start the next stage, you only have 3 lives. You reset to 3. So you lose stage progress, which is whatever, but then you probably want to go farm lives to be able to actually make some progress on whatever stage you were stuck at previously. Dealer's choice, you got it. Thank you, Mordor. I feel weird being this far away from the TV, but I think this might actually help a little bit. Yeah, it kind of, but not quite similar to the... There we go. 3 health problem over in Metroid 1 and Zelda 2, excuse me. And Zelda 1, actually, now I think about it. God, those are just... okay. Is there a live farming spot? Anyone want to Google that? We know some coin farming spots. Do we have a life farming spot? This jackass. This jackass. Look at this guy. Honestly, yeah. Chill, Pangolin. That's what you get. Oh, you lived. This is new. We made it, though. Coins? Nope. Oh. Okay. That was 4-3. We're only 3 stages in to World 4. World 4 is just like, no, screw you. Nine worlds, yep. Yeah, do you want the rocket stage or the rocket stage? So, yeah, let's go do 4-4. Well, 9 was added with the 3DS version of the game, which, again, we're playing a port of. Originally, it was 8. I think. See, now you got me questioning myself. Shoot, could someone fact-check me on that, please? I hate to say the wrong thing. Why could I suddenly not roll? There we go. Ah! I'm curious as I could turn on motion controls. Okay, so... So making that roll instead. Let's try that. Let's try this out for a bit. See how this feels. That what? That it didn't change. Why didn't it change? Okay, so kill me. Just kill me. Oh no, I remember this one. Gary had to do this one. I actually didn't manage this on the Wii. Now I managed this on the 3DS, obviously. But like this says itself, right? Remember, any hit is an instant death. So think about those guys in their little arcing swings. And here's our obstacle for the episode. Frickin' train. You assholes. What did I ever do to you? Thank you, Arspruce. Okay, I was right. Yay! Yay for memory barely working. So, I'm good at video games, right? And you're probably thinking, yeah, right, Laura. But no, actually, here's the thing. I don't really care if anybody else knows whether or not I'm good, bad, or in between in video games. It is important to me, just for myself, that I am good at video games. And I'm going to tell you a weird story, okay? This one time, I was going through some interesting and very stressful stuff in my life. And it was the middle of the night. I didn't have my glasses on, and I pulled out my 3DS, and I happened to have been playing this game while I was going through it. And so, middle of the night, tired, without my glasses on, I managed to, I think it was like two-shot one of the super optional levels, one of the K levels. And that was just kind of comforting, you know? Being able to be like, yeah, no, I can actually do this. Not for anybody else, just for me. So that's my TED Talk for the day. If you care enough to bother, do it for yourself, not for anybody else. Doesn't matter what it is. Drawing, writing, acting, singing. No, I remember getting stuck on that stage, Chopangolin. I don't know what the hell. No. Yep, and only platformers play Tool. Nothing else. I suppose in the interest of fairness, that was a platform. It's funny, because I tend to define... I hate platformers. I tend to define how good I'm doing at any given point in time in my life by how good I am specifically at platformers. Not really on purpose, but I think I've told the story where I discovered that I don't like being on drugs, because when I was recovering from the surgery, I tried to play Mario Bros. 3, and that went extremely badly. Oh no, is Deedlit a platformer? No! See, now I've cursed myself. Now I'm going to play very terribly. See, that's the thing. You can never actually say something like, I'm good at video games. Doesn't matter if you are or not. Doesn't matter if you have any quality whatsoever. You can't say it. Not only does the universe then say, oh, really? But then everyone else thinks you're just bragging. Ah, this stage. This stage. Okay. Wish me luck. I love how you can, like, disturb their sleep. Okay, for real, let's do this. This stage sucks. This might be our first legitimate negative to level design. First of all, it's a helicopter level. You know, another barrel ride. One of these is in World 8, by the way, and it sucks. We'll get there when we get there. Second of all, that jackass is following us the entire time, because of course he is. Thank God for checkpoints. If there weren't checkpoints, I swear this game would be much worse. So, do you see what happened there? I did that on purpose, believe it or not. On some of these enemies, you can get them at the top. I just demonstrated with the moles. If you get the top of the mole, it bursts the balloon and they fall. You can't hit the bats at all. That I didn't do on purpose. I thought I could sneak up top there. But I bounced. Yeah, you can't hit the ground or the ceiling. I can't hit anything that's a collision model. Or it's instantaneous death. Ugh. Damn it, stop doing that. It's on me. It's not on the game. It's instinct to go up. Muscle instinct. It's like, oh right, he's gonna go up. This really is a Sonic game. Sorry. What's funny is it would be extremely easy to make this a lot more tolerable. All you'd have to do is give the rocket multiple health. That's it. Make it so that you don't instantly die upon any failure. All of a sudden these levels would go from being aggravating hellscapes to, okay. Yep, so now this phase. Again, thank God for checkpoints. This game, honestly, I might not be willing to stream this game if it didn't have checkpoints. That would just... yeah. Starting to bleed out lives a little bit. Deja vu with my life situation. God damn it, I don't know where it is. Hello, Riplinger. How's your day going? Because I'm dying over and over. Just like in real life. Probably Canucks cow. There it is. Oh, it was down. See, I didn't know where it was. I didn't know where it was. I'm just guessing. And you can't react quickly enough, so you have to memorize it. Yeah, we were at 70 when we entered World 4, for a bit of perspective. And keep in mind, we're still getting lives. We are just net negative on lives, down to about 40. There we go. Okay, got the G. Now I just have to do the hardest thing of all. Survive. Oh. Oh, right, it's on L&R now. Whoops. Whatever. So, let's see what 4K looks like, shall we? Banana. That's not the grab button. I'm glad you like them. They're old, but, you know, I guess that's true of me, too, so... Oh, my God. So this is just spikes. This is the spikes stage, apparently. You like spikes, right? Because we got spikes. Holy crap, do we have spikes. Oh, bullcrap game. I disagree with all of that. Yeah, Bob was told, hey, you get to make one Donkey Kong Country level. Well, if you ask nicely, one of our mods can get you an invite with player, assuming any are on. I do like the indicators of when the like stampers are going to come down. If you didn't see it, it's the switches that the bats are running into down below. Frickin' bats. Ow. So yeah, the theme of this level is safety is few and far between. There's very, very few safe spots on this stage. There are a couple. We can just pause and recoup for a second. But that's not one of them. I'm going to go back to the way the controls were. I think I like that better. There we go. The theme of this stage. OSHA? Who needs it? So, safety spot. Death. So, I'm gonna not bleed out more lives on this stage. We'll come back to those. Boss time. Alright, moles. Sick y'all. Banjo, ukulele, guitar, I don't know. Latest instrument, though. Unironically, this boss kind of sucks. We'll see how this goes. So wish me luck. Hang on. I looked away from the screen for a second. That's all that was. So part of the reason this stage sucks, to me, is that you're supposed to just kind of jump up and down and completely avoid any kind of horizontal movement and just trust to the rest of it. Which is really antithetical to how my brain works when we're on a moving platform. Especially a train. Sure, game. Round 2. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this fight. Also overstays its welcome, because you basically have to spend 3 entire phases just dodging. So you just kind of sit here, waiting. So you want to hear something wild? It's probably kind of a duh, but this is the engine that Metroid Prime 3 was on. They just repurposed it for Donkey Kong Country. I will say, at least this boss fight gives you plenty of health back. But still has a bit of a padding issue. That's phase 2 done. Oh, it's a baby game for babies right there. Were you just gonna keep going if I didn't stop you? Physics? So, ladies and gentlemen, we're on World 5. We have finally reached an actual jungle. If it's not obvious, we're pretty much officially at the point where the kitty gloves are off. Wish me luck. So, like, a review I think was a good review? I don't know, I don't think I've ever done a good review. I'll let Chad answer that one. I didn't actually mean to jump there. That was on me. Yes, I can always recommend the Red Hill Retribution lore run, but that's not a review, so... So, new mechanic for the vines. The vines are actually tongues for giant creatures. The longer you are on it, the more it pulls you up towards it. Yeah, if you ever want to have an absolutely bare bones, like, 101 examination of both story and gameplay, the Starfield stream. Pretty much, Bregman. Half Kong, all donkey. You're getting really bad luck with that. Sometimes those give you coins. And getting like 14 coins in one bundle is really nice. Whatever I figure out, I'll let you know at Savicom. Yeah, they were having a hell of a bender. Oh my god, Czar, please watch the Ride to Hell Retribution lore run. Someone type exclamation mark RTH in chat. I have a permanent link to it in the bot. Yep, it's the Ride to Hell Retribution lore run. It is unironically probably the best stream I've ever done. The way I like to sell people on it is, even my friends who do not watch me, like they don't care about me or my show, watched and enjoyed that stream. Snakes. Why do it have to be snakes? That's not even mean. So, new mechanic. A lot of these stages have new mechanics, now that I think about it. I'm also seeing a lot of combined enemies from previous stages start to come together now. That's going to be a recurring trend as well. Introduce, escalate, and combine. Just wait here a second. Just impatient, like everything's fine. Everything's fine. Whee! I mean, this game doesn't deserve my mind. It just doesn't deserve my time. Is an actual category. It's called vetoed. Come on, game. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Wait, really? Wow. Oh, Deutsch is doing alright. I haven't seen them in a long time at this point. This better not just be a puzzle piece. It's a puzzle piece. Why do some of the bananas have wings and some don't? They're all flying. I demand consistency in my flying bananas. Thank you, game. Substantially worse, Blue Dragon. Ignoring the obvious controls issue, it also does not have any of the additional quality of life features, which, you know, are removing negatives and in some cases adding positives. Wait, which franchise won't focus time? I feel like I've missed a letter by now. Oh, James Pond. It's okay. I've got an idea. Great idea, okay? Let's use LLM's assets in order to do it that way. Okay, I haven't missed a letter. Thank God. You know, they were probably inspired by that, because you're right, Dakota. Those look a lot like critters. Let's get some health back. Don't mind me, just slipping on through. Oh. Who tied up all these trees and set them on, like, these ropes? Who set up the ropes at the top of the jungle? this? How the hell? Oh. Oh, I see it. I didn't even see it. Oh, I'm so stupid. Alright, whatever. Good thing my good friend Young Kong? I don't like calling him Diddy either. We should rename him right now. His new name is Sir Jeffrey. No, what should we call him? Younger Kong? Mini Kong? Micro Kong. We've already got Candy and Funky. We've got Joker Kong. He just joined chat. Or would it be Judo Kong? I don't know why I didn't roll there. We already have Cranky, obviously. Kid Kong. I actually like Kid Kong. Nice, easy, indicative. I can also see Biddy Kong. What do you think, Kid Kong or Biddy Kong? You be the judge. Vote now. Just donate $800 per vote. Don't donate. Don't do that. Sure, Judo Joker. What? We value in-person collaboration and strong work ethic, which means 55 hours of on-site work 5 days a week. Did you tell them to sit it and spin it? Because holy crap. Hi, Colgrim. Damn it, Trimsper. Patch within. FF14 patch trail. And wow, midnight. Yeah, that's not good pay for having to physically live in San Francisco. That is, in fact, I would go so far as to say bad pay for having to live and work in San Francisco. Never mind 55 hours a week. That's insanity. Thank you, Dream Whisperer. Always appreciate it. Please ignore how many hours a week I work. That is different. Don't give me that. It is different. We here at our company treat our employees like family, which makes me wonder how they treat their biological family, you know? Do you hate them that much? Is that what this is? Because holy crap. I need a new boss. Look. It reminds me of an interesting discussion I once saw. I won't go into details, and I'm trying really hard to stay away from polemic topics, because I just keep doing that lately. I apologize. But, it boiled down to, why are so many people in positions of authority and power willing to make the world a worse place for their children? And I know that this can be a manipulative tactic, but it asked a very, very simple question. Do we love our children? Do we love the next generation? And, you know, I bet there's plenty of people who don't. And I can't actually comprehend that. Like, I'm not trying to be facetious. That's just... what? Oh, absolutely, Chill Pangolin. Yeah, love is kind of... like, you've probably noticed this. Rule 0 really boils down to love, if you really break it down. Oh, he's coming. Oh, Lord, he's coming. There we go. Got it. Yeah, hatred takes caring. I always like to say that, because a lot of people think of hatred as like, I don't care about you. No, 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 no. Hatred mandates caring. You have to be sufficiently invested in someone to hate someone. So I agree with you. The opposite of hatred is just total indifference. Or, sorry, the opposite of love is total indifference. Just, nope. Hatred is also messed up. That's another thing I don't really understand. That takes work. Oh, I was almost blind. Oh my god. I didn't realize there was a safe platform down there. You know, actually, inverse is an interesting way to put that too, Kennex Cow. Because both love and hatred require that kind of investment, right? They require you to care tremendously. No, Judo Joker. I don't think you hate yourself that much. Still at 40 lives. Just grab that really quick. As usual, spiders aren't spiders. We're walking, we're walking. Grab a free coin while we're here. I almost have enough coins for the levels. I only need 350. Then I can start spending again. Buy some freaking lives. I'm gonna need it. We're not even at the worst stages yet. The actually hard stages. A lot of this stuff is only hard because I'm going for the Kong letters. Ooh. Yeah. Will you hire me for 40 hours a week? Remotely? What do you mean human rights violations? Come on, game. We all know HR exists for people who are not the workers. I need it. No, no! Damn it. I've known one cool person in HR my entire life. There's a nice woman whose name I'm not going to share on camera, who actually knew me by name and was a chill person who was willing to work with me. As opposed to, you know, being a typical HR person. I cannot believe I did that. A lot more. We're trying not to burn through lives. Sorry, everyone who cooks dinner at 6 p.m. is a loser now. I don't make the rules. You have a headache? You're a moron. If you cook dinner at 6, you're a loser. And I hate platformers. The internet said it. It must be true. I'm gonna go grab that. Nope, death. Because I didn't review Banjo-Kazooie very well, Wolverine. Like, I could joke. And I will continue to joke, because it's one of the silliest things I've heard recently. But, yeah, that's the thrust of it. Was I reviewed a game they liked badly, so they decided to be like, oh, well, you just hate all platformers. I believe the exact wording was something along the lines of, I shouldn't say exact wording, I'm not going to be exact. I believe the general wording was, I've never seen you enjoy... Hang on, no, hang on. I'm going to look it up now. I don't like misreporting. Let's get exact words here. I've never seen you remotely happy doing platformers. Oh no, I like giving that person attention, because they don't watch my streams. And quite honestly, it is cathartic to have someone who is just that hilariously wrong to be able to meme on. It's why we used to have the, what do you call it? I can't remember what we called it. It was a Babylon 5 term, and I can't remember it now. That sounds like a sales job, Judo Joker. I'd avoid that one like the plague. Gray 17, thank you. We used to have the Gray 17 concept. Pretty much solely for my sake. It was just as a way to vent about some of the dumb comments I got on YouTube. See, I'll take Desert of Death Rocks over some of the nonsense I hear. Oh my god. Poor Cranky. Sorry, you didn't see that, but what he said was, close the door, I don't want any of those spiders getting in here. And when you left, he said, oh god, there's spiders on my chair. Ah. So the puzzle pieces, let's see if I can actually just show you here. Looks like I cannot. The puzzle pieces unlock artwork. Yeah, bonus challenge kind of stuff. The Mount Rushmore of worst comments? I mean, I've gotten legitimately actually toxic comments. I usually ban the hell out of those people. I occasionally get a comment that's over the line. I usually delete those comments. I tend to not remember those ones, to be quite honest with you. Well, there's a lot of phantom job offering things happening, too. We've actually talked about a lot of reasons why they do phantom job offers, but here's another one for you. So they can say they're hiring, and they can put on reports that they're either expanding, or the business is growing, or whatever, and when asked to prove it, they just say, well, we're hiring for these 15,000 jobs, or whatever the number is. Doesn't matter the number. None of those are actually successful hires, past tense, but they're hiring. So the company's doing so well. It's the same general logic as we're hiring, we're doing well. We're firing, we're doing well. If you remember me talking about that. I think I like it, Chill Pangolin. Sorry, I was chewing on your question. Having artwork and just like fun little side bonus stuff as a reward mechanism kind of makes sense to me. I'm one of those weirdos who likes it when you earn like bonus cool optional mode stuff, but what I admittedly like even more than that is when that cool bonus optional mode stuff is just kind of already in the game. But then how do you reward the player? Well, in a lot of games you reward the player with cosmetics. But when there's no cosmetics, art books are kind of a cosmetic-y thing. And it's mostly just for people who are already invested in it enough to bother. And if not, well, then, you know, they probably are just doing it for the challenge anyways. Not every game needs a leveling system, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, Mr. Hippo. Mrs. Hippo? I don't know. Okay. Yes and no, Ben One Eye. You have to understand the layers of information that exist between a shareholder and, you know, reality. Let me share an anecdote with you. Back in the day, there was a lot of sympathy for CEOs at major corporations. Not because they were inhuman monsters or aliens from Venus, but specifically because of the fact that everyone below them's job was to lie to them. So, CEOs had misinformation or active lack of information by which to actually decide what to do at any given point in time. So anyways, replace CEO with shareholder and you've kind of got the same situation. Jeez, okay. Why are you up here? What are these hippos doing? Why are hippos on top of, like, tree trunks? At the top of a... whatever. Anyways, your typical shareholder, let's be honest with ourselves, is... Let me put this into some terms. Let's say Dame Celeste holds stock in Microsoft. Now, does Dame Celeste decide does Dame Celeste reach out and say, hey, I really want you to fire several dozen thousand people and completely axe entire divisions of profitable subsections of your company so you can try and force money down a failing industry to try and create an industry? Or do you think Dame Celeste has a freaking brain? Here's the problem. Dame Celeste doesn't make that call. Not really. The way things are designed to work is that the shareholders are supposed to have a say in how a company goes. The board is supposed to work for the shareholders and follow the orders of the shareholders to then tell the company what to do. In reality land, who actually controls any given company is variable. That's why I came up with that term, money people. Because the money people are the ones who actually make the calls in any given corporation. Who that is depends. It varies from company to company. So I couldn't tell you who's actually in charge of Microsoft because I don't know. There are very few places where I can actually specifically point to and say, there, that's the money person, or those are the money people at a given corporation. That's only the ones I've really dug into because it usually involves a lot of paper trails in order to figure out who the hell actually is calling the shots, right? But anyways, the point is, the shareholders, we like to blame the shareholders, and for good reason, because almost all of the big, dumb, stupid decisions the corporation's made are to please the shareholders. But when we say shareholders, it's worth noting that Dame Celeste, if she did in fact have stock in Microsoft, doesn't generally make any of the decisions with regards to what to do with that stock or with regards to the company, because she probably has that stock through a third-party company. And that company has someone whose job it is to then represent her and several thousand other people at any of the shareholder meetings or at any of the shareholder press conferences or whatever. And that asshole is the problem. And yeah, it's usually a bank. There's also something else I suspect is going on, but I don't have proof of that, so I'm not going to talk about that. Oh, right. Okay. 5-5. Let's see if we can get to the spider stage, because I'm pretty sure the first spider stage is here in World 5. I could be wrong, though. I should probably make it so I can actually see the screen. Oh, this is interesting. I'll accept that. Listen, AI is totally the next big thing, Benwana. We have to dump all of our profitable ventures into AI. It's the only way. You're probably wondering why. Why are people so all in on LLMs? Well, the answer is the same reason that investors are always all in on everything. It's because you can never really tell what the next big thing is. And so everyone assumes that everything is the next big thing. I know I've used this example a lot, but the example of this for me, god dang, is 3D television. 3D TVs are totally the next big thing. And so a huge number of companies went all in on 3D TVs way before they knew if it was actually going to take off or not. Lo and behold, it was a money pit. It was not the next big thing. It is easy to make fun in hindsight, but everyone wants to be the next Google, or the next Yahoo, or the next internet company, or whatever. And that's before we get into grifting, which is just straight up, you know, scamming at that point. Also, 2 liters, or whatever the number is. This game is such a treat to look at. And get hit by. The next big thing, eating? Somebody wants to eat food. And yeah, what Taquata says is also true. Like I said, grifting. So if you... What Microsoft is doing is they're trying to invent a market. I hope it fails, to be really honest with you. Because it's a terrible thing that shouldn't exist. I'm just going to say this as bluntly as I can. But they're trying to go all in on LLMs to such a severe extent that they want to corner the LLM market. And in so doing, convince everyone else that such a market even exists at all. Sorry. Damn. That was the end of that sentence. LLM, stupid joker. Public corporate LLMs should not exist. As a market. I have to keep adding asterisks to that because it's actually a complicated situation, but ChatGPT should not exist. Very simply. And yeah, NFTs was the last one. We just add that too. You'd think some of these people would have slightly more memory than that of a goldfish. Literally just went through this. I had to do a whole section on Lorwick just explaining what NFTs were and why that was a grift. There we go. I think Microsoft is capable of making this work with the dozen billion or so dollars they're dumping into it. It is hopeful that enough people will notice the more severe, serious, and long-term detrimental effects of LLMs. And I don't mean like the more vague stuff, I mean like the boiling lakes kind of stuff. And step in and be like, alright guys, hold on. Just pause. Yeah, my favorite thing, Microsoft recently released a thing saying, these are the jobs we have indicated are most replaceable. Let's see. There was writers, artists, sales representatives, customer support, and historians, I think was the top 5. Yeah, historians. You ever looked something up on a LLM? History-wise, I give you a hint. It's not accurate. So, spiders. You like spiders, right? Wish me luck. Listen, CEOs are irreplaceable. So anyways, this is this stage. If I didn't mention the spider thing, like if that wasn't enough warning, that was your gross warning. So this is an advancing wall of doom stage. Except in this case, the advancing wall is a giant cascade of spiders. Not a phrase I get to use very often. Cascade of spiders. Like there's just spiders. Sure, Loke. Whatever you say. Guys, I think Loke is secretly a spider. We need to kill him. We need to kill him immediately. We need to kill him right now. Alright, so I just failed to get the thing. So here's what happens when it catches you. Oh, it was great, Elazar. I even praised it early. You missed it, of course. But I spent some time praising it earlier because it was relevant to this game, believe it or not. The Arachnotide. See, this is Loke being like, oh yeah? I'll kill you. So there is a benefit of getting ahead. So we're going to try to do that. Get a little bit more maneuvering room. Problem is, a lot of these are intended as weight platform. I mean, of course it is. Of course they have weight platforming in a section where there's an advancing wall of doom. Why wouldn't they? I have no idea, Lizard. Someone that exists, maybe? They might not exist. Don't quote me on that. I'm not invested enough in Smash to have a main. I don't actually like Smash. Come on, come on, come on. Got it. So we got the O, and we're dead. Yes, spiders, they start off, you know, in the egg, and then they hatch, and then they become a cascade. Oh, for Christ's sake. Those spiders knew what they were doing. They were like, oh yeah? We'll teach you to try and kill us. We're spiders. All we do is kill people. So every pit escalates the wave. It's actually kind of an interesting mechanic. You can get pretty far ahead, but the moment you go over a pit, some pits, apparently not that one. Of course, it happens as soon as I cross a pit. Some pits have a new way, yeah, like that one, which just erupts, and then the wave gets caught up to you. So there's kind of a built-in catch-up mechanic. Okay. I swear it slows down a little if it's getting too close to you. I see the N. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, this stage. That stupid frog is about to pay with his life for being in my way, I'm just saying. He knew he was getting into. The other spiders, they're fine. They don't care. Okay, that's 3 letters. I don't know where the 4th letter is. Oh god. Stupid frogs. Do you not see the cascade of spiders? Do you not understand what is coming? It's like someone trying to stop you while a nuclear explosion is detonating behind you, and you're like, dude, read the room. Oh my gosh. That is a perfect example of a stage that's actually pretty easy, unless you go for the Kong letters. If you go for the Kong letters, that stage is that. Damn it, Savicom. You're right. Let's finish World 5 really quick. And yeah, that level, for all intents and purposes, has no checkpoints, which is not great. Oh, gosh. Yeah, going for the puzzle pieces. Well, puzzle pieces is a little bit different. I'm not doing that on camera for a lot of reasons. But it's also easier because it's low and lesser intensity. You have to get all Kong in one run, so you have to get everything. If you fail to get anything, you can't just, like, lock it in and come back, right? If you get a puzzle piece, it's locked in. You've got it. So you don't have to worry about it. So you can, like, be strategic about puzzle pieces. And be like, oh, I could sacrifice a life to get this particular piece, or whatever, you know? With Kong letters, you have to get the piece and then succeed. So, for example, I can be like, oh, I'll get this, and die getting this puzzle piece, and it doesn't matter, because, you know. Okay, wow. Apparently I can't die and get this puzzle piece here. Go away, go away. So now I gotta prove that I can get this puzzle piece. There we go. Anyways, so I could have done that and run into the wall, and it would have been fine. Whereas this, I have to actually make that jump. I have to succeed after getting the pickup. Make sense? Which makes sense. The Kong is the unlock. The other stuff is the collectible. And I firmly believe that collectibles, looking at you, Rare, should, you know, lock in the moment you get them. With a couple of exceptions. I don't even know how that happened. One of my favorite things is when you hit the grab button, which is what I'm holding right now, to grab onto this. He'll do this thing. You can probably see him. He's reaching out in front of him. It's funniest when he's going for the grab. And then you fail, so he's just grabbing at the air like, come on, come on! And then you just plummet to your death. That's all I wanted was the coins, really. No, so letters are locked in by checkpoints. It's one of the reasons why the minecart letters tend to be some of the worst, because minecart levels have very infrequent checkpointing. So, for example, you see I have C-O-K-C-O, Jesus Christ, K-O-N there. I was going to take a long lunch today, but you know what? I like the idea of doing a short lunch instead. I can get more work done that way. Yes. Yes, fight the fatigue. I got to bed late and woke up early today, so I'm kind of running on fumes a little bit today. So, I apologize for being terrible today. It's okay, I was just gonna have like a bowl of cereal or something anyways. I don't eat much. Look, eating well is expensive, and I'm actually going to drop the jokes for that because that's the truth. Eating well costs money. No, I'm out of carrots right now. I actually have the tray right here. I can eat cheaply. That's easy. So this is the thing. Those poor things. They were just sitting there sleeping, and they're like, ah, there's a gorilla stuck to me. Yeah, like that. You're just reaching for the air, and it's like, ah, come back. How are we feeling the soundtrack so far? It's almost just remixes, but you know, that's not really relevant for the purposes of reviewing it. Well, this is a thing. No, I need the end. Damn it! No! Oh god, we hadn't hit a checkpoint yet. Yeah, I admit I prefer Tropical Freeze, but some of the really good songs and returns we've either already heard back at World 2 or won't hear until World 7. That's an interesting question, Judo Joker. I admit that there's something appealing about thinking that bad things in life are a part of deliberate design. Yeah, we tend to like patterns as a species, and you know, it's nice to think that someone cares enough to go out of there to screw our lives over. But if I'm being completely honest, I simply know too much about economics to think that bad food production is anything other than just a byproduct of how incentive-based economics works. No, that's a lie. I didn't mean to say incentive-based economics. I specifically mean capitalism. Here, in the States. What I was trying to say was that capitalism incentivizes, and then I got my words screwed up, so I apologize for that. Why are there no checkpoints on this freaking stage? Sorry, random thought. No! And I just... Yeah, like, we all like... How much of fiction insists that there's some ultra-secret mega cabal running everything? No, there isn't. No, there isn't. It's almost more comforting to think that the people at the top are competent and, you know, manipulative and evil. But the reality is, no. They are incompetent. And here we are. Well, there's the entire Assassin's Creed series. Marvel does this, DC does this. There's obviously the X-Files, which is kind of its own thing. Deus Ex, same reason. MIB would probably qualify for that. How the hell? Shadowrun also has, you know, the dragons who are pretty much behind everything. Resident Evil had both Umbrella Corporation and The Family. Hell, even the MCU had several, depending on which particular point in the MCU we're talking about. First there was Hydra, then there was like the Neo-Hydra stuff, then there was like the super secret Soviet, ex-Soviet program, the one that birthed Black Widow and blah 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 blah. Yeah, Halo has Oni. Metal Gear Solid is built on that concept. I keep going. Like, there's a bunch. Okay, so now we could get the stupid letter. This is all because I accidentally took the shortcut, which made it so I couldn't get the letter. And there's our checkpoint right after it. That's true. The Uncrowned are kind of a similar concept in WoW, although they're more benevolent. Hell, for those of you not aware, the rogue player character actually can join the Uncrowned in Legion. Speaking of which, Legion remix hype. Yeah, I knew that was coming. I just realized why that sound effect sounds so weird. It's because originally that sound effect played in the Wiimote controller. For those who don't remember, the Wiimotes actually had a speaker built into them. And by golly, they liked to push that gimmick. So that's the sound file that played in the speaker, which was substantially lower quality, I forget the proper term, than, you know, an actual speaker. Just focus on living. No optional stuff to get. We're actually net positiving on lives again. Did you notice that? Ever since we hit World 5, which is funny. Okay. Woo. We actually got all the puzzle pieces. We actually got all the puzzle pieces. Hang on. God, how did I ever 100% this game? I mean, time is the answer. Yeah. So what have I unlocked? Anything? This is what I've unlocked, apparently. The Fern Dozer. What? Any music unlocked? A couple pieces. I mentioned good music, right? This is great. I can actually pull this up when I'm doing the audit. Anyways, I was just curious. I'm gonna go break for lunch. See you in a bit.